and just the work that you have been doing connecting these businesses and linking them to resources to help scale their business is to be commendable. Your synergy, the energy, it's just what I haven't seen in a while. So you excited me. You know, I sit back a little bit before I get engaged. I have to see what's going on first. But I am impressed with the work that you're doing, and I am honored to recognize you on this evening for Black History Month. And I'd like to give you the microphone to share a few words about the powerful work that you're doing in South Dade.
Uh-oh, you giving me the mic? So, first off, thanking God for being here, but thanking God for the family that is here that helped put this together. And if I could start from this end over here, Dr. Evans Branch, from day one, sat in the backyard and said, listen, we don't have a lot that's going on in South Dade for us. Everybody already knows Willie. Willie is a board member, but there's no doubt, I mean, he is a rock for this organization. AKA Papa D, Melvin Dennis. I mean, he's been here, he's guided me, he's an advisor, longtime educator, and knows all the different points for our community. Dr. Monique Dennis Hayes, the elegant Dr. Monique Dennis Hayes. She's a marketeer, brander, and she helps make these small businesses get seen and recognizable. Natalie Rowe. Natalie Rowe is phenomenal. She's good with the numbers. She makes things tick. There's no way we can make things happen without having the money. So thank you. And listen, I have to tell you that Vice Mayor Guzman has been with us every step of the way. This is why we are a family and well connected, and not just him, but also his brother that sits in the back, or standing in the back over there. They've helped me on numerous occasions from every event, helping me take things down, put stuff up, talking to me, hey, we're in Homestead, this is where we're doing this. And so that goes hand in hand. And let me tell you, Councilwoman Bailey, there's not enough I can say about you. I know you and Monique are working on a women's business luncheon that's coming up in the month of March. So not just us, Black and brown, but also women and any other marginalized groups that are needing of help and assistance. You know, we're here, and Councilwoman, we appreciate you so much. And listen, I'm not done because, listen, everyone is still talking about your outfit. I said that earlier. If everyone was out at the event or saw the pictures from, you know, the Black History Month social and saw this elegant African attire that Councilwoman Fairclough donned, it was phenomenal. She didn't have to say anything. It was just unbelievable. But I can't thank you enough. I can't thank Homestead enough. I mean, this goes on and it's relentless with the work that we're doing to try to help people in the community, and we're so grateful. So thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Before I give you this, I have to do things in decency and in order. Let me acknowledge my soror, your better half. Thank you so much for diving in and supporting Mr. Hayes and the work that he does, and to keep the mission going forward, scholarship, sisterhood, and service. So thank you so much. So the City of Homestead recognizes Cardell Hayes, President of South Dade Connections, for serving as an advocate for the creation, growth, and sustainability of Black-owned businesses in South Dade, awarded on February 22nd, 2023. The City of Homestead applauds you and your team.
Listen, one more note, and Homestead in so many ways, and including Homestead CRA. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and give recognition to Kamitra, because one of our initial events, which was at the Seminole, she collaborated with us. I'm so sorry. I should have said that the first time, Kamitra. She is there in every case for the community. And I'm thankful for you also, Kamitra. So this is for you too.
Thank you, Cardell. And you know, the beauty of Homestead is in our diversity. That is one of the reasons I love this community, and it's even better when you're able to see a balancing of all cultures on display. And African American History Month is in February, and we're seeing this on display. During Hispanic Heritage Month, you see it on display, and this community does a great job at that. So keep up the great work, Homestead. Continue to show that balance in culture, and more residents or more people will continue to come to our city because the city of Homestead is a very balanced city. So thank you so much for this opportunity to present Black excellence for Black History Month. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, is Councilman Roth here, or is someone going to make the presentation on his behalf? Are you trying to find him, Mr. Manager? Hang on with us just a few moments here, and we'll have our final presentation of the evening. So we'll go ahead and have the captains come forward and do the presentation. This is just to set the stage. This is Councilman Roth's, I think, favorite part of the month of the presentation ceremony, to take part in the recognition of the Officer of the Month. Captain Owens.
Thank you,
Captain
Mr. Mayor.
Wright.
Good evening, everyone.
Rodriguez.
I'm here today to acknowledge the Officer of the Month for January of 2023. First off, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council, as well as the City Manager and staff, for the opportunity and the venue to acknowledge him. Officer Ireland, will you please come down with his little baby daughter in tow? This is her first presentation as well. Officer Ireland was nominated for the month of January. He started his police career in Florida City in 2010. We were lucky enough to acquire him in June of 2017, and he's been with us ever since. Brought two daughters with him. For the month of January, the nomination letter was written by Sergeant Garcia, if you'd like to come on down as well. Basically, Ireland is a workhorse, to say the least. Just for the month of January, he had 82 calls for service, 44 backups, wrote 30 incident reports, 14 traffic tickets, and had made 11 arrests. Of those 11 arrests, he impounded 36 grams of marijuana and 6.5 grams of MDMA, which is the street terminology would be ecstasy. But more than not, the main reason for this nomination letter, he's been working in conjunction with GIU on our new GBI initiative, and they're proactively out there trying to get guns off the streets. Officer Ireland was directly responsible for taking 6 firearms off of individuals for the month of January. So that's a phenomenal feat. Phenomenal. So with that being said, on behalf of Chief Roll and the command staff, we'd like to give you the award for Officer of the Month for January 2023. Congratulations. And along with The title comes up a plaque that says, presented to Officer Dwayne Ireland for being selected Officer of the Month from Chief Alexander E. Roll, Jr., January of 2023. And congratulations again, Officer Ireland. Would you like to say a few words?
First of all, I want to thank God, my family, community, and career. And I just want to thank the mayor and council and command staff. Thank you.
Would you like to come down for some photos, please? Come on down. Yeah, yeah.
Again, thank you to everyone and congratulations. This is what really showcases what really happens in our community by everyday people each and every day. Again, thank you all, and this concludes the presentation agenda, and we will adjourn the regular council meeting at 6 o'clock. Thank you all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is February 22nd, 2023, and it is now 6:04 p.m. Tonight, the invocation will be given by Pastor Vincent Ambo of the Greater New Mount Zion AME Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Bailey and the Homestead Police Explorers. Please rise with me. Pastor? Good evening.
Let's pray. O thou in whose presence my soul takes delight, in whom in affliction I call, my song in the day and night, my salvation, my hope, and all. Lord, we come today humbled by all of these blessings that you have given to us. You've gifted us with strength, power, and grace sufficient for this day. Now, Lord, we come at this hour seeking your guidance for the work of this city. We pray for our beloved city Homestead, for the residents, the businesses, the schools, and law enforcement personnel. We ask for your protection over our city. Lord, we pray for our council. Lead them in all wisdom and knowledge. Give them discernment that they may make decisions that align with you, because the ways of the Lord is good. And when it's all said and done, we'll be careful to give you all the thanks. In your great and holy name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order! Left, face. Forward, mark. Left, right.
Thank you. Please be seated. And thank you, Pastor Ambo, and to the tremendous Homestead Police Explorers. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Here. Councilwoman Bailey? Here. Councilman Roth?
Here.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Here. Councilman Fletcher? Here. Vice Mayor Guzman? Here. Mayor Losner?
Here. Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Yes, Mayor. Staff would like to defer tab 10, card number 3734, PH 2021-74, rezoning from redistrict B1 district to residential townhouse district. We'd like to defer tab 11 as well, card number 3735, PH 2021-75, rezoning from multiple apartments to residential townhouse. We'd like to defer tab 12, car number 3797, PH 2021-77, variance for Machado Grove. We'd like to defer tab 13, car number 3793, PH 2021-76, site plan approval for Machado Grove. And we'd also like to defer tab 14, car number 3795, PH 2021-78, tentative plat approval for Machado Groves.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino, any background on that?
Yes, sir. We have, and we need to do 16, tab 16, which is the land use tab way in the back. We have the paperwork ready. The applicant had presented us today with two different things. One is a set of conditions, proposed conditions that they would like us to consider. The other is a detailed analysis of a traffic study. We have not been able to review either of these documents, and so we have no idea what they are. Particularly with the traffic study, the applicant has told us that it's simply a deep dive into the original traffic study that was done as part of the approval in the first place. But I've not looked at it, and I can't tell you that's the truth. And if it gets on the record, and I have not made a comment to the contrary, then that will become fact. So I would just request the time to review their work, make sure that is what they say it is, and be able to put this back next month and go forward.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Now, we have a couple of the items that have been requested for deferral. Our second reading. Is the traffic study really germane to those issues that we've already heard?
In my opinion, no. Those are comp plan changes and zoning code changes. What they would do is they would make those changes. If you heard them tonight, it would make those changes permanent before you saw a site plan. But I don't think that's a problem if you want to go do it that way.
Well, that was my question, just for the expense of republishing and so forth. And these are second reading, and if that traffic study is not particularly relevant to those,
correct,
we could go forward with the second reading of whichever those two tabs those are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, any initial questions or comments? I know that counsel for the applicant is present. Good evening.
Good evening, Maritza Hara with offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. We would respectfully request that the items be heard tonight. We shared our presentation for tonight this afternoon with staff as is customary. The traffic presentation in particular is in direct response to Vice Mayor Guzman's request at the last hearing to create a simulation of what the traffic study says. And that's essentially what's been done here. Our traffic engineer is present, ready to walk staff through the presentation. In fact, if the slide is pulled up, there's a stamp on it, which is the date in which the city, it's a traffic study that was approved and reviewed by the city and by the county. There have been no modifications to that data. It would be just a visual representation of the data that staff has already reviewed and approved. And we've gone through great lengths. We've been meeting with the council this past month. We've done a lot of work to address all the comments that you put forth at the last meeting. So we'd really appreciate the opportunity to move forward this evening.
Mr. Mayor?
So then, in lay terms, the presentation is an animation of the written findings of the study that's already been reviewed.
It's a copy and paste from the study that's been reviewed, plus a video showing what Vice Mayor Guzman requested, the vehicles
Right.
in queue, et cetera. And our traffic engineer, has a great presentation for you all.
So I guess from a staff perspective, the concern would be, does the animation really reflect the findings of the study? Is that correct, Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. I haven't seen it. Number one, it's not customary to give staff information to be presented to council on the day of the council meeting. Our agenda package is due to the manager's office, I believe, 10 days in advance of this meeting. It's customary to give us the package 10 days in advance of this meeting, and we have multiple emails begging for the information prior to that time period. And yes, I have no idea what this traffic study, what this presentation says, or what it relates to, because I've not had the chance to review it. So,
Thank you. Let's hear from council. Council, questions, comments? Vice Mayor Guzman.
Question to staff. The traffic study that's already there, there's a traffic study in the packet, right?
correct. Yes, sir.
So what happens is this new simulation, you would have liked to have had this a week prior just to compare that the same thing, the same information that's in the simulation is what's being presented today.
Yes, everything we do with our analysis is an applicant submits paperwork, and we check the paperwork to verify it says what it says, and that's part of our review. This is the only thing that we have not reviewed in the entire package of information we were working on for months. So I have no idea what this says or what it is.
Okay. So had they not presented the simulation, we would have moved forward accordingly. Had they not presented this new information, we would have been moving forward accordingly.
If they came to deliver a presentation on the information that was put in the agenda in your package and was submitted to us, I guess, last week at some point in time, that made the agenda deadline that you all had been given to you a while back, that you've read and reviewed for this meeting, then we wouldn't be asking for deferral. We're only asking deferral because you haven't seen this, we haven't seen it. It just dropped on us today, which is completely unorthodox.
Well, I saw this presentation, which is why I'm feeling it's a bit unfortunate that, there was a miscommunication between, the applicant and staff, because had the applicant provided the information to staff, then we wouldn't be having this conversation now. We'd be moving forward as business as usual. Because this is the information that I requested, because a lot of times when we get a traffic study, you can't really understand what the traffic study is telling you because we're not traffic engineers. So I told the applicant that I would like to see the study in a simulation so that we could see it in real time to see how it affects, the traffic in that area. So I just feel a bit disappointed that that applicant didn't provide the information to staff prior.
So if I may, through the mayor,
Certainly.
council, we reached out to staff on numerous occasions, especially immediately after the January 25th hearing, and we're told that the deadline to submit anything new had passed. And that's the only reason why we had not shared the information with staff. Again, I want to reiterate, there is nothing, our traffic engineer is here, his license is on the line. There's nothing new in that presentation. It's not any different than the presentation that we share with staff just before the hearing. And staff has to I didn't know that they reviewed it before the hearing. I guess it just gets presented. It's the same thing. It's a presentation based on the documents that staff has already reviewed and received. It's no different than the other PowerPoint with our slides. So we would ask that the council and staff reconsider and allow us to move forward this evening.
Okay, let me ask a question to staff. I know that some of these items come to us with a recommendation of denial, but that recommendation of denial is not based upon the findings of the traffic study. Is that correct?
It can be. If the traffic study were to have had a reason for denial, like something that the applicant needed to mitigate, we would have worked with the applicant to mitigate that. And when, one of the comment, any comment they couldn't address, that didn't want to address, that doesn't make it fit the code, we would recommend denial. So I think that.
So implicit in that denial are some traffic issues?
No, and not in this case, no. The traffic did not, we were able to, at the very least, work out all of the details with the traffic. So the traffic does not factor into whether this application is being approved or denied.
Right, it doesn't factor into your recommendation.
Does not it passed. So we recommended whatever it passed. We didn't have any issues with traffic.
Okay. Thank you. Council? Questions, comments? Councilwoman Fairclough.
Yes, Mayor, I have a question. So, I'm very balanced and I don't pick sides. But in previous council meetings, if staff hasn't had the opportunity to view something, we sent them back because we didn't want staff to be communicating to us if they didn't have all the facts. So, Joe, let's take this tab by tab. So, which items have you, based on this revised information, which items do you have concerns with as opposed to deferring everything? I have to be true to who I am. If I sent you back before because you didn't have everything, then I'm not going to cherry pick now.
Basically, the new items that we haven't heard before. So there's three things on second reading: 2 zoning changes and a land use map change, land use code change, comp plan change. Those have already been heard before, and so this has no bearing on those. It's the new items, which is a variance, a site plan.
Let's take it by tab.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Which tabs are you referring to?
Okay, I'm going to
Tab
say
11 would be the first
tab 10
for this matter, right?
Yes.
Tab 10 is the zoning change, which is on second reading. That's fine. Tab 11 is the zoning change on second reading, which is fine. Tab 12 is the variance, which we've not heard before, and that would be an issue with us. Tab 13 is the site plan, which we have not heard before, and that would be an issue with us. And tab 14 would be the tentative plat, which we've not heard before, and that would be an issue. And 16, let me see where 16. 16 is the future land use map amendment, which is on second reading. We've heard that before. So those this would not impact those.
10, 11, and 16 would not be impacted by.
Correct. 10, 11, and 16 would not be impacted.
So when you say not heard for tabs 12, 13, and 15,
13, 14.
12, 13, and 14.
oh, 14, 14, sorry, and 14. So this is second reading, but you say you haven't heard or you haven't had the revised information.
Well, the second reading, we've got all the information we need. We recommended approval on those, and we could do those. And this has not, this traffic or this other presentation have nothing to do with that. These are more germane to the site plan and the variant. Well, I would think, I haven't reviewed them. Site plan, the new thing, site plan variance and the T-plan. But again, I don't know, I haven't reviewed it, so I really couldn't tell you what is actually in those documents.
So why are we hanging everything on the simulation of the traffic study?
I think to the mayor's question previously, you could likely move forward with the 3 second readings and get those out of the way, save everybody a little bit of time next time, and at least in terms of their financial resources they put into this meeting, at least get half of this taken care of tonight and the second half taken care of at the next meeting.
Okay, wait, I still have the floor. So for me, that's balance. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. So I would be comfortable proceeding with tabs 10, 11, and 15.
14.
Sorry, I keep saying no, 16. And then, in all fairness, giving you the opportunity and your team to review any revisions or anything new that you haven't seen.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if anyone else wanted to weigh in. I just didn't want to jump out there in deference to my colleagues.
To the applicant, based on what Councilwoman Fairclough said, you have an option to retract the simulation and move forward with the information they already have, if that's the choice you want to proceed with.
Yeah.
Can I jump in before you respond?
Sure.
Thank you. I particularly am interested in seeing the simulation. What I would like to know is, could we hear the full presentation but defer voting on tabs 12, 13, and 14, but still hear everything and be able to have questions and be able to work out any additional questions over the next, between now and the next meeting? You know, be able to hear and vote on 10, 11, and 16, hear the full presentation for everything, but defer the vote on 12, 13, and 14. Is that acceptable to you, and is that acceptable to the rest of the days?
If I may,
Yes.
through the mayor, we would appreciate that. We really want the opportunity to give the full presentation. Again, we'd like to reiterate, there is nothing new in that presentation. It is 100% based, and as you will see, if we get the opportunity to present, it is 100% based on the approved traffic study that has already been vetted by your professional staff. We would, either we can pull the presentation, the traffic portion of the presentation, which would be a shame, as Vice Mayor Guzman mentioned, or that would be a second option that we would be okay with.
Mr. White?
Yes, I just want to point out, while you're considering this, that in addition to the traffic study, in the other PowerPoint presentation, there is an exhibit whereby, in response to some of the issues and concerns that you had on first reading, when the site plan were to come back, the applicant has a proposed condition that says prior to building permit, they would submit revised plans to the city to include the following, attached as Exhibit A, and that's a community pavilion, a shaded playground, a community garden, exercise track with fitness station. So those are not part of this site plan approval. Those are not included in the plans. Those are to address your concerns, but they're not in the packet. Staff has not looked at those. So you can hear all this, but depending, if you take action on the flume and the zoning, then you're done. I mean, when they come back through for site plan, you're going to be very limited on any type of approvals or conditions that you're going to be able to seek or request. So just keep that in mind as well.
Appreciate that. So what I'm hearing between the lines is a preference not to go forward on any of the items. That we may be foreclosing future opportunities by approving the 3 second readings tonight.
Well, with that being said, for the sake of the public and for the sake of time and facilitating further communication to get to a middle ground, do you want to take the opportunity to still do a presentation, albeit no vote?
I'd like to see the presentation tonight.
I would like to as well, but I don't want to waste your time or your client's money.
So will the council be agreeable to hear at least the second reading of the flume and the rezonings? Or vote on them?
Based on
Me, not based upon Mr. White's comments a moment ago.
So the council always has the opportunity to,
Yes, I didn't say that they-
provide conditions at any time, either through this hearing or through a future hearing. And since you'll have the benefit of the full presentation, you'll be able to make that decision.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think based on what our attorneys are advising us to do, I think it's the will of the council to defer all items at this time, based on what our attorneys are telling us to do, based on their opinion
Oh,
Unless-
I'm just telling you the ramifications of taking action and giving you the various options that are on the table for you and what the consequences are with respect to that.
Heard you loud and clear.
So James, could you elaborate if they move forward today with the future land use amendment and the rezoning, and that gets approved?
Right, then your client can come in with a different site plan at any given point in the future.
Right, but the council was agreeable to the proposed rezoning and future land use since it's reducing the intensity of the site.
A motion? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm frustrated because I know that you did put a lot in that we requested, but then again, the reason that we had those requests is whenever there are any type of variances or land use changes, then we really try to make sure that we are getting the community the best type of product, taking those things into account. So the traffic and those extra amenities, for me, were the big piece of allowing this. So I think that's my hesitation, is if that piece is not addressed tonight, which we're going to go hand in hand, then one without the other, it's not the same. Thank you.
So, if I may, can we move forward with the presentation and then take vote on the first three items that are on second reading with the proposed conditions let me take a step back. We can withdraw the traffic presentation, and then I can do my best to summarize what you would have seen, if that's acceptable to the council. Because again, it is based on the traffic study that's already been reviewed and approved by your staff. It's really important for us to be able to move forward today. The council will indulge us.
The traffic study is extremely powerful. I've seen it. And it is something that I think we should do in every traffic study, because it gives us a much different perspective on real-time traffic and how far things stack up in a before and after. I just feel it's unfortunate because we obviously have a ton of respect for our staff, and we highly recommend their recommendations and opinions. So it doesn't do us any good to go against what they're doing. It just doesn't make sense. But again, you have the option to not let the other council see the presentation, although I think it's in everyone's best interest to see it. But again, I am going to side with our staff on this item. Thank you.
May I?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman, yes.
It's
Thank
my
you.
recommendation that you take this as an opportunity for a public presentation in a really good forum, a good platform, and to make this a home run next month and present tonight as though we were hearing everything, and let our staff do their best job for us so that we're comfortable with the decisions that we're making up here. That's my recommendation.
If time, I understand there are contractual issues and things that aren't necessarily relevant to our discussion. What would be the minimum time you would need, Mr. Cordino, and would it make any difference if we were able to schedule a special call meeting to hear these items after seeing the presentation tonight? I understand 30 days is a long time, but is there any shorter period that would allow you to meet other obligations?
Mayor, if the council will indulge us, we're happy to take a sooner date. But it sounds like the will of the council is to hear the full presentation. I do agree that you should have the benefit of the traffic simulation. We would be very appreciative if the council could accommodate that.
And I would like to do that. I think that we need, in this case, to take the advice of our attorneys and our planning director and defer the entire package. But at the point in the agenda where we would have heard your first item, I would like the opportunity to see the presentation tonight, just as a presentation, so that we will have seen it. And then if we have any questions, there's plenty of time between now and whatever meeting we're able to accommodate you to hear that, you know. And I'm not tagging you or your client with this phrase, but over the past several years, the council has really withdrawn from these kind of gotcha last-minute moments, and there have been policies put in place that we don't hear, certainly in land use, a lot of non-agenda items and last-minute issues. It's just been an evolution, and while this I do not for 1 minute believe is one of those gotcha moments, it falls into that our staff needs to look at it. We need to take the safe course. And I also want to add, I think that this presentation you're going to make is not only beneficial for us, but is good for the public. And I know there are a lot of folks out there, not necessarily watching right now, but that tune in on the city channel or YouTube later. I know, they tell me about it. They ask me questions. They talk about it. And I think, you know, based on the Vice Mayor's recommendation and those who may have seen the animation, I think it would be a very valuable tool. Now that it's out there on the table, let's not withdraw it and go forward. Let's show the public. I think it's another layer of transparency. So do we have a motion to defer all of those items?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry if I could. So I'm hearing two things. One is defer all the items, but then you also would like a presentation. So in this case, these items are quasi-judicial. There is due process issues, there's notice issues, there's public hearing issues, people have an opportunity to speak and be heard. So if we're going to go down that path and you're going to do that, you're going to have to open it up as a quasi-judicial hearing. There's not any way just to give a random presentation.
And then see the presentation and vote to defer. Is that?
You could do that if you'd like.
If that's the procedure we have to do under the statutory and judicial constraints, we'll do that. But that doesn't necessarily apply to the 3-second reading items, correct? We can go ahead and move to defer those. Because if we were only hearing those second readings tonight, we wouldn't be talking about the animated traffic study. Is that fair to say? Probably not.
I mean, usually it has been, I mean, in the past we have done naked rezonings with no plans, but more recently there have always been site plans and plans on the back end for second reading. So
The coupling.
yeah. So at first reading, we took the legislative matter and the two rezonings collectively. We could do the same thing for second hearing on those items. I mean, those presentations I don't think are going to change. Those are staff still recommending approval. Nothing's really, to my knowledge. So then you could defer action on. I could read everything into the record. We can open it all up. You could have a public discussion presentation in that way, and then if you all decided you wanted to defer action on all the items, we could do that.
I think clearly that's where I think that action's going tonight. You just guide us through the legal process of how we stay out of trouble to do that. So then we're going to open up everything, see all the presentation, and then individually vote to defer, potentially.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I may, I really appreciate the council's indulgence in trying to make this work. We don't want to, we know you probably have a long night. It seems like the council's will is to defer the vote on those 3 items, where we will agree to the deferral, and we'll just ask if the council has the opportunity to meet before so that we don't have to wait an entire month. We would appreciate that.
Okay, so we won't have the presentation tonight then either, so we don't have to open that up. Now, Mr. White, do they have the ability to circulate the presentation individually to the council members?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. The applicant has the ability to meet with each of you. They're a registered lobbyist, and they have the ability to, you'll just disclose that as an ex parte communication during the course of the public hearing when that item comes before you.
Right. So that seems to be the least cumbersome process tonight. I wish we
you.
could see it, but, you know, the
Appreciate
public
it.
will see it at the, whenever these items
We'll
are
put on the
scheduled.
show next time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so
Mayor,
we need to have a vote individually on each item?
No, I think we're okay. We could collectively just make a motion for those items, but if we want to preserve the advertising, we should do it to a date certain. So I don't know if we have that date yet. If not, they'll just have to be re-advertised for the special call.
If we're going to do a special call, I would prefer to have the presentation tonight and have the special call meeting separate. If we're going to defer the presentation as well,
Go to a regular agenda? Okay, well, sounds like we're gonna have to go to a regular agenda, a regular meeting.
so are you sure you don't want to do the presentation tonight? So that we can accommodate a special call?
So we're ready to present. We just didn't want to burden the council with, you know, longer. Yeah.
And it'll give us an opportunity over the next couple of weeks, at a date sooner than the regular agenda, to maybe address any final things and tweak any final, you know, concerns.
Right.
I don't foresee us setting a special agenda meeting for something that's a full-on presentation. That should just be a regular agenda.
We've done it, it's really our discretion.
Agreed, but for setting precedents, and in the past, it's, you know, setting a special agenda meeting for developers to develop. I mean, I've been welcome to adding extra meetings to our calendar, but when you have the opportunity to present, we should take it, you know? That's what I think.
All right, so let's, sounds like at this point we need to defer to the date certain, which is the next regular council meeting. Again, seems to be the less fraught with, you know, the whack-a-mole. If we do this, we need to do that. Certainly the cleanest way to do that. And we will see the presentation between now and then. The public will see it at the regularly called council meeting.
If I may ask, Mr. Cordino,
Yes, sir.
had you received the information 3 or 4 days ago, would that have been sufficient time or a week in advance? What is sufficient time?
Well, we prefer to have it before the agenda is due, and we need to back it up a couple of days so that we can actually review the information. But in the past, even after the agenda is due in an emergency, we've been able to take it and review the information and have reviewed it, and then something like this would happen. We'd say, oh, you know, we wouldn't have raised an issue. It's just uncomfortable and unorthodox. So, for instance, for next month, and this is, I understand everybody's pain with this, but this is, we have a council meeting on March 29th. The deadline for the package to get to the manager's office is on March 22nd. The advertising deadline for all the information is on March 14th. We need to get the items to the attorney on the 13th of March, and so the items need to come to the staff on March 6th. So you can see that there's a huge lead time to get anything to a city council meeting. So I understand that, you know, once we had the issue we had at the last meeting, they requested other information. It's really hard for the applicant to do that work, do the technical work, then present it to the city in time for a deadline. So it's not that I'm saying this is a malicious attempt of trickery. It's just it didn't give us any time to review. So again, the deadline is close to 23 days in advance of the council meeting for us to be able to give it an adequate review. And that's just the way, not only here in Homestead, but in every other city that these things happen.
Would this be the first time the city of Homestead in prior council, maybe you may or know, has ever had a traffic simulation presented at a council meeting? Does anybody know that answer?
I believe it's the first time that we've had that.
Yeah, that's why it's really hard to swallow what's happening, because this is at my request. I wanted this to happen. I thought it was going to happen today, and then we come to find out there was a technicality in essence, and it's not very favorable to me at the moment, but we understand your position. We understand your position. Again, I'm going to stick with the staff just out of respect. All right? So what are we going to do so we can move forward?
I believe the staff and legal counsel's recommendation is to defer all items.
Okay.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second to the next regular council meeting?
That would be, for purposes of notice, that would be to a date certain of March 29th, Wednesday, at 6 p.m. Okay.
I believe Councilman Roth wants to weigh in.
6 plus whatever, right? It's 2 meetings in one night.
Just a quick question. As far as the timing, we had talked about maybe doing it sooner. That puts us that's another month for them to have to go through this. Is there any way we can step it up so that I'm not concerned about the presentation right now because it'll get done again, but for speed factors, the 7th, the 8th, the 14th is a CAL meeting. We can do it prior to the CAL meeting, or the 15th after the CAL. There's a lot of days that we can move this thing up that we don't have to wait the 30 days. Is there a problem with doing that, James, so it's a date certain for the advertising purposes and all that, or do we just wait till the next council meeting, which puts it off for 30 days?
It's completely up to you all whether or not you want to decide tonight that you're going to have a special call meeting in that date and time, and then defer it to that date and time.
I could be supportive of doing it either before or after the next committee of the whole meeting. We're here, it's noticed, we have folks who join us, it's televised. I'm fine with, in conjunction with the committee of the whole.
We're at the 22nd. That's like almost 3 weeks too also. I mean, it helps. I mean, does that help you at all? I mean, all right, so. Sure. 14th, I'm okay with the 14th as well, whether it be before or after the CAL meeting, just to.
So the CAL is when, 14th or 22nd?
March 14th is what I see on my calendar here.
Okay. So that's 20 days.
Yeah, I mean, then the council's another 2 weeks and a day after that, so at least that gives you a little bit of time in between is that enough time for staff?
We would need their items no later than this Friday. And that also would include the conditions, the proposed conditions, if the council would like us to review the updated elevations, the community pavilion, the shaded playground, the community garden, and the exercise track with fitness stations, and any other proposed changes. So we would need all those materials no later than this Friday.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Very good.
Then
So
we can figure out the timing, I guess, before our date, but it'd be on that date, right? The 14th?
14th.
Well, it'll be either before or after the CAL, so.
Do you accept that for your motion?
Yes.
Right there. Okay.
All right,
So
thank
the
you.
motion is to defer all items to March 14th. for the
Special
time to
call,
be determined.
special calls,
Special call.
special call meeting on March 14th at 5:30 after the committee of the whole.
Committee of the whole is at 5:30.
Following the committee of the whole.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it for a later time. I just didn't want to lock you into something if.
So the committee of the whole is normally noticed for 5:30 or 6? 5:30?
5:30.
So we notice it for immediately following the committee of the whole meeting.
Yeah, but we usually put a time on it, and yeah,
6:30? What's that agenda looking like? Do we know?
No, Mayor, I have not seen it yet.
we could just say 6, and then
Or as soon after as may be heard?
Yeah.
That's the language you use, okay.
So it would be motion to defer the items to the Tuesday, March 14th at 6 p.m. or as soon thereafter following the committee of the whole meeting.
What's your motion, Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second for that motion? Seconded by Councilman Roth. Is there anything further from council? All right, I'll open the floor to public comment. I'll close the public hearing and ask, Mr. Manager?
I think you have one more deferral, Mayor, on the agenda, additions and deferrals.
Well,
Remember,
this
that's how we
might-
started.
Well, we need to do this one as a
Okay.
deferral. That next one will be a deletion. All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Vice Mayor Guzman? Yes. Mayor Losner?
And with deep regrets, yes. I wish we
Motion
could-
carries.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to announce the deletion of my item under my business for the appointment of what's the correct terminology, the magistrate? Special Master for Code Enforcement
Mayor.
issues. It's interesting what research reveals, and yes, Mr. Manager, we're going to need to address that big picture issue between now and, or for the next meeting. Also, while we're here, I think he's trying to sneak out now, or already did, want to recognize that longtime former Vice Mayor and Councilman John Burgess was in attendance tonight. Welcome him back home to our chambers. Are there any other former elected officials among us from Homestead or anywhere else, or current elected officials? Don't want to miss anyone. I know Mia Devane is with us from Mayor Levine Cava's office. Enjoy the show. Extra butter on the popcorn, please. Okay. Next item is tab 1, which is car number 3812, the Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works South Quarter Bus Rapid Transit presentation. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We have Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works is here to do a presentation on the Bus Rapid Transit project to give us a status update, as well as give us information on the naming process for the actual stations within the city.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for offering us the opportunity this evening to come before you to present you the naming for the stations of the BRT South Corridor. My name is Bassam Mubayed. I am the Division Chief for Construction for Miami-Dade County Transportation and Public Works Department. I have with me Gabriel. She's our consultant that conducted the study, and she will go over the presentation, and I will be here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Again, my name is Gabriela Solares. I'm with Glue IQ on behalf of Department of Transportation and Public Works. So really, we're here to give you all some background on the research that we did to conduct to understand what we would name the stations, the bus rapid transit stations that fall along the South Corridor. So we gauged the public's preference regarding the naming of the stations along the South Corridor for the new BRT service. Participants were asked to evaluate 4 options by which they would want these stations named. These 4 options were by community and municipality, by geographical and cultural context, by nearby street names, as well as cross-section street numbers. So the research was conducted both online and face-to-face. It was done between November 16th and December 15th of 2022. The survey was 32 questions in length, offered in 3 different languages, English, Spanish, and Creole. We had a total of 808 interviews. Participants had to be 18 years or older and live within a zip code that directly touched the South Corridor. And out of the participants that wanted to participate, only 60% qualified, so those were those 808 that we're seeing the results of. So some key findings, we found that the preference was evenly divided amongst naming the stations by street numbers, street names, or communities and municipalities. Naming by geographical or cultural context was less desired as a source for street names. Knowing that, our recommendation is to move forward with naming them based on street numbers. This is because the busway already exists and there are existing stops along it. What's happening is we're adding bus rapid transit. These will be new stations, but knowing that constituents are already familiar with the stops by number, we are suggesting to move forward with the same. That being said, we acknowledge that there was no clear winner among the three options, so we are providing three options per stop for you all to review. We're not necessarily looking for a decision today. We do want you all to review, and we did provide some naming guidelines if you do have feedback by which we think you should consider these names. So the three stops that fall within Homestead are currently named Southwest 312th Street, Civic Court, and South 177th Avenue or Chrome Avenue. We recommend for 312th Street, obviously, it to be named Southwest 312th Street or Northeast 8th Street, whichever the preference is. If you go by street name there, we'll name it Campbell Drive. And if you go by community or municipality, we would name that one Homestead North. Moving down to Civic Court, by street number would be Northeast 2nd Drive. By street name, it would be Civic Court. And by community or municipality, we would name that one Homestead Central. Finally, we have Southwest 177th Avenue. By street number, obviously, we would go Southwest 177th Avenue. By street name, we would name that one Chrome, or by community or municipality, we would name that one Homestead South. You'll find, I'm not going to walk us through all these guidelines, but I'll let you all review it. We do ask that you submit any feedback or decision within 30 days via email to the Department of Transportation and Public Works and Bassam's team. With that being said, any questions?
Thank you. Okay, so I believe that 2 of the new BRT stations within our city limits, 2 of the 3, are in close proximity to the existing bus stops that will remain.
Correct.
Do you have the information on the name of the bus stop that's adjacent to this building and the one at 312th?
Bassam.
As it would seem that to avoid confusion, it should be the same name for those 2. I think one of them is College and maybe one is Civic, or do we know?
I believe at this time, the existing bus station, the bus stops will remain the same name unless there's any consensus for us to go ahead and change them to something else that the community may like. But for the time being, it will be remaining the same name, the existing bus stops.
No, but that's what I'm asking. If we weren't going to go through the process of creating a whole new name, can you tell me with certainty the names of the 2 existing bus stops that are virtually adjacent to the BRT stops?
I don't have that information, to be honest with you. I will have to check back with our planning folks. Those are the ones who can provide us with the proper answer.
I believe the one at Campbell is College Station, because that was the one that was closest to Miami-Dade College at the time. That's an existing name, and certainly they have their entrance feature near there. I believe, do you know, Mr. Manager, does anybody know what the station out in the backyard, the existing station out in the backyard is named? And then it seems to be a no-brainer to call the new BRT station adjacent to Homestead Station, the Homestead Station. Okay. So I guess I'm going to ask staff if you could compile for us confirmation of the names of the 2 bus stops,
Okay.
the one at 312th and the one out back here. And will a decision at our next council meeting on the 29th of March be sufficiently fast?
I believe, yeah, it should be fine. And we can compile the information. We are, seeking input from all of you. So, the sooner, obviously, the better. But if you can, whenever you're ready to forward us the input, the information is provided.
Sure.
We'll be more than happy to look at it and share it with our, planning folks. They are the one who would need to, put everything, all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Very good. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Manager?
Mayor, we'll get the information together and we'll bring it to the next council meeting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not going to sit here and play let's make a deal with names tonight.
No.
some thoughts. But thank you for the opportunity to take part. I know I was on council many years ago when the busway was established, and we jumped in, and of course it was at pretty steep cost and had the unique architecture of the bus stops. It was more fitting to Homestead, as well as came in with some naming and honored, one of the pioneers from our African American community, naming the Jesse J. Robinson Jr. station down at 4th Street. Certainly we want to preserve those, the historical flavor. But thank you for the opportunity rather than just showing up with a sign, as happens so often. So we appreciate the intergovernmental cooperation opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate the time for tonight, allowing us to come before you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
As we're excited to have BRT, would you two be the ones to ask when we can expect to get the Metro Rail down here?
I wish I could answer that question. I really don't know, to be honest with you.
All right.
Pull off the mask to reveal Keone. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
We all want Metro Rail. That's what we really, really want to see down here. So, I mean, we can get excited about BRT because it's what we've been forced to deal with. But Metro Rail is what everybody in the public wants to see. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further, Council? Okay. So, Mr. Manager and staff, you know what we need to see.
We have enough information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Again, thank you for coming down. What's that? Oh, any public? Yes. Ms. Sorrentino?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Susan Sorrentino, 2610 Northeast 3rd Drive. The new BRT is really close. The two that I saw built are really close to the old train. I don't know if it's a train stop or the bus stop. It's kind of historical shelters. There's one over near Campbell and one out here. I would hate to see those destroyed. If you can leave those still up while BRT, they could be utilized in a way where each of the panels that are there in the back of those bus stops, maybe we could rent out as advertising.
Those are going to remain. It will be a dual line for BRT and more traditional bus lines.
I'm done. Thank you.
Or as they used to say,
I just didn't want to
"Never
see
mind."
them demolished because it's part of it's part of our history.
No,
That's
yeah.
all.
Well,
Thank
they're not
you.
that old, but they are slated. As far as I know, they're slated to stay.
Okay. Thank you.
In co-location of service.
I mean, the new ones are great, but I like the old ones too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Next item. Number 5 is the consent agenda. Sorry. Next. What's that? Moved by Councilman Roth and seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. White, you're up again.
Yes, this is the public hearing section of the agenda, quasi-judicial hearings. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the counsel to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning items on the agenda.
So which tabs remain?
So this is really for tab 9. Tab 15 is a vacation, a utility easement vacation request. It's actually legislative. It's under quasi. So any conversations or any conversations that you may have had, ex parte communications with respect to only tab 9 is needed.
Good. Council, any disclosures? Yes, no, you're special. No one else got called on tab 9. Well, yeah, nothing new, not for final, certainly disclosed previous. Okay, Mr. White.
Then at this time, I'd ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on tab 9. So anyone in the audience who is wishing to speak on tab 9, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 9, this is resolution card number 3796. This is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval as requested by Pivotal Utility Holdings, Inc. for the development of a liquid natural gas (LNG) facility on an approximately 11.53 acre parcel of land generally located at the intersection of Alex Muxo Boulevard and Southwest 142nd Avenue, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino?
Sir, this is a final plat, and we're recommending the mayor and council approve the resolution requesting the final plat approval for this liquefied natural gas facility. The property is currently zoned plan unit development. It has got a future land use map designation of planned regional activity center. On July 21st in 2021, the city council granted the applicant's request for a site plan approval and a tentative plat approval. Subsequently, on April 29, 2022, the Miami-Dade County Platting Committee approved the tentative plat pursuant to that number 24686. So this is all in compliance with the city code. It's all in compliance with all the county's research, and we're recommending approval.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item. None appearing, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve tab 9.
Motion to approve.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Any further from council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman? Yes. Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
So, Mayor, that concludes the quasi-judicial items. Tab 15, as I said earlier, was legislative, so we can move into legislative items. We could just take tab 15 now. That is a resolution, car number 3797. It's a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a vacation release and termination of a utility easement requested by East Group Properties LP related to certain properties located within the Homestead Park of Commerce, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Cordino.
Yes, sir. We're recommending approval of the resolution to vacate, release, and terminate the utility easement located at this location. On August 17th of 2022, the council passed a resolution which approved a site plan for the development of the property in this area. In connection with this development, the property, the current owner has requested to vacate and terminate the lease agreement. We've looked at this, the lease agreement, the lease area or the utility easement is no longer necessary, so we have no problem with it being vacated, and we're recommending approval.
Very good, thank you. Are there any initial questions or comments from council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment on this matter? Nope. I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any further from council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so
Moving on to the next item under your legislative agenda is tab 17. This is car number 3808. This is first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 28, Utilities, Article 8, Electricity, Division 4, Electric Distribution System, Section 28320, Electric Line Extension Policy and Procedure, by establishing revised fees and charges for extension work performed by the city, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As commodity prices continue to escalate, the prices for electrical infrastructure have more than doubled in the last year. In order to fairly distribute costs for new subdivisions and developments, the applicant's contributions towards these costs are outlined in the primary fees section of Chapter 28 needs to be revised. These numbers have not been materially changed since 2006, and the CIP has increased 51% in the same time frame. Specific to electric infrastructure, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the prices for electrical transformers have increased by over 200% over the same time. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached ordinance revising the applicant's payment amounts for primary fees associated with new electrical infrastructure required to serve new subdivisions and commercial developments. This ordinance also allows for a CIP increase annually, so in other words, we could keep up with the market as it moves forward.
Hey, thank you. Are there any initial questions or comments from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
There's a fee paid by the city of Homestead for each additional housing unit, whether it's single family, condo, or multifamily. Is that correct?
There's a fee paid by the developer. In other words, what we do right now when we're putting the infrastructure into a new development, we pay half the cost and they pay half the cost. Now, that number that they're paying, the 2006 number is $250 per single family home. And for multifamily, it's $200. And so we're increasing those $595 and $460 according to each one. In addition, transformers were not included in the half and half payment by the developer. The city was bearing the full cost of the transformer. So this now, the city will split in half the cost of the transformer, as the car item states, has increased over 200% over the last year.
And does that compare with what other municipalities do? Do they split it in half, or do they lean more heavy towards the developer making a bigger payment than the actual municipality?
Statewide, talking to Barbara Quinones, the standard practice is to split the cost. Now, if the developer were to go on overhead, do overhead lines, the city would absorb the full cost. But what the developer is paying for is basically the difference for undergrounding the lines, which Miami-Dade County requires that the lines be undergrounded.
Does the city of Homestead have the discretion to increase those fees above 50/50?
Vice Mayor, we can require the developer to pay all the fees. It's my understanding.
Sold.
Seriously?
Yes, sir, I'm not kidding. That's my understanding. And Barbara, I know she had a chance to check with the FMPA attorney this afternoon, and that is correct. We can make the developer pay for the full fees of the new infrastructure going to supply their development.
Well, before I make a decision, I'd like to see a report. I don't want to be the only city in Florida that is requiring a developer to pay in full. So if staff could do an analysis for us, I think that'd be beneficial for us to weigh in on if we want it to be 50/50, 75/25, or full.
We could definitely put something together. I just don't want to miss our window of opportunity. I know some new developments are coming up, and if we take too long, I think within next month, we could have that item before you.
I'm in complete agreement, but let's pass this so that we don't lose the right to capture this level, and we can come back and amend it. Now, these changes, who are we going to drag net in that we've already approved? Is this going to include Parker Point?
Wouldn't be retroactive. It'd be like this point moving forward.
Well, but it depends on where they are. Is it geared to plat approval or pulling building permits?
We'll have to give you an answer on that. She doesn't know off the top of her head.
That's a big difference. Huge.
We'll get an
So
answer for you and we'll email it to you.
We need to know that, and if we have the ability to make it an earlier point,
Okay.
let's do so if we can dragnet some of that in. But, you know, let's move forward with this level of increase and move with haste to see what happens. I mean, this is right along the lines of folks crying, why don't developers pay for their impacts?
Well,
All right, it's very important.
now that we're on that topic of infrastructure,
Mm-hmm.
I think there could be a creative way for us to put the burden on the developer to make the updates of the infrastructure, because I think what happens is they pay impact fees that goes into a pool, and then the city has the burden to make those updates or repairs. Is that the way it works? When an applicant comes and pays their fees, and they're going to do a development, they pay impact fees.
Right, which is police, parks, those types of infrastructure.
And the road fee goes to the county's black hole of bureaucracy. We do not retain those.
Which are talking the roads, right? And the mayor is correct. Those are
So
collected by the county.
What are the fees that directly pertain to infrastructure that a developer pays?
Parks and roads and police are our three impact fees that they pay. So
I thought you meant like streets, lights, that type of stuff. Or like
let's
the
say-
mayor
let's say-
said.
let's say water too, water, sewer, the whole thing.
Well, when the infrastructure is put in, that's when we charge them for the water and sewer infrastructure, or depending on what the project is and what is required, it'll determine what is paid by the developer. For example, if I'm creating a new development and the sewer lines are already there adjacent to the property, then the connection is very simple. If it's more complicated, then things get more complicated.
Well, let's say the sewer line is old and it needs to be replaced, and they just tap into the same old sewer line, and then it's on us to at some point make those upgrades. So I think we ought to utilize some sort of mechanism to force the developer to upgrade that whole thing if they want to develop on that property.
Well, I mean, we could definitely have the discussion to see how we can structure something like that. But I know most of the infrastructure costs and things already are already codified. And so that's what we're going by at this time.
Yeah, specifically if we have any old infrastructure, any new development going there, that's a good opportunity to, present them, hey, listen, in lieu of impact fees, make this infrastructure upgrade. Something that we could tie them to something in lieu of impact fees, or whatever creative way we can make it happen.
We can definitely have the discussion.
Just by way of example, a pump station upgrade for wastewater, $4.5 million, right there. One pump station at an intersection. It's pretty significant.
Okay, so I'll be interested in seeing what that looks like. Thank you.
All right, so do we have a motion to move this forward so that we can at least capture that increase? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. I'll open the public hearing. Any public comment? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers, Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Ross, Councilman Fletcher, Councilwoman Avila, Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. So that takes us to tab 18, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. At the February 15th, 2023 Cal meeting, City Council requested amendments to the amended 2021-2022 PAC work plan approved on August 17th, 2022. Several projects and elements of the projects approved during the August meeting have been revised by the City Council and requires council acceptance prior to further development and implementation. And it's my understanding that Councilwoman Faircloth and as well as Councilwoman Bailey have some presentations to add as well to this item.
Very good. Which one of you would like to go? Okay, so who's first? Councilwoman Bailey? Oh, that's the handout here in front of us. The Maori Mural Project.
Thank you, Mayor. So, up again for discussion is the Maui Mural Project. I have not only spoken to more people that are interested in helping to fund these murals, but especially now that we're really looking at art, I would like to bring it back. If we can go to the next slide. There was recently at Vero Beach a mural project. They did everything from speaking to all the local businesses in the area and just asking for permission to be able to place a mural on their building, to reaching out to different schools, to talk to the children, especially those schools, of course, with big art programs, to host a few competitions. So I really felt like this mural project was the closest to the vision that I see for Maui. One great quote here, which I really feel ties everything together. One of the artists, his last name's Gores, he says that art lets a town tell its story, one tangent at a time. And economically speaking, creative environments full of murals attract engaged crowds. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. But this is just a bit of everything that I feel makes Homestead Homestead. This is obviously just my opinion, but I think that it gives a great representation to our Mexican American heritage. We all saw before, so that, MAC, the Mexican American Council, we know that they are interested in having a mural on their building, which is on Maui. The Peace Cranes was also something that was previously approved for Kicks Youth for Christ, also on Maui. And then there are just a few other artistic representations of some other things that I feel would really just paint a beautiful picture of everything that Homestead is. So I just wanted to bring that back on the table. I know that there are many that are interested in starting this. This isn't something that happens overnight, but there is still land to be developed there on Maui. I see potential with the old railroad there. And if anybody just takes a drive down there, I think that you would also see that potential with the junkyards and those long concrete walls. It's just full of potential. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's hear, if there's no objection, let's see Councilwoman Fairclough-Stagger's presentation, and then we can kind of talk around both of your thoughts. Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think the beauty of this art plan is the fact that there's balance. There goes that balance word again tonight. There are more static pieces of art that's permanent. There's art that you can experience passing through Project 5, Councilwoman Avila's recommendation. There's murals and Councilwoman Bailey's, and I love that. And what I've seen and experienced is a more interactive art that draws thousands of people to your community. Los Trompos, which means spinning tops, is a Mexican art installation currently at the Shops at Merrick Park in Coral Gables. So this piece here is very engaging. You can jump in and take a spin. And so many families are going to Merrick Park for this art installation, and it's drawing thousands. So this is an example of a pop-up art installation that we can potentially have in Losner Park to activate that green space. So this will be seasonal, and this is from a Mexican-inspired artist. The next one, Umbrella Sky, just went viral. This was a colorful canopy in Coral Gables that drew so many people into Giralda Plaza. I think it was spring in 2018. This was from, I think, a Portuguese artist, and this has been all over the world. I took my whole staff there and we had lunch. So not only is this activating your community, but it's driving, in my view, business into our downtown district. And this art installation was about $55,000. I believe Los Rompos was also about $55,000. And this next piece is a 2-minute video, if you would indulge me. This is another pop-up art installation piece that is also coming into Coral Gables, I believe March 9th. And what they're doing here is they're creating events cascading around this art piece. So this is Moon Over the Gables, I believe. And every night that it's on display, they have different events going on. There's a popular children's book, and I see a lot of children here, Good Night Moon. My daughter reads that every night. So they're having a pajama party one night under the moon. So if you would go ahead and play that 2-minute video. And I like this because you get feedback, real time, from children and families from this art piece.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to meet.
It's the middle of the day and it's a beautiful sunny day outside. But in there it's dark, kind of blue, it feels like nighttime. Got families lying down, just watching it with their kids. It's a very different atmosphere to the outside world right now.
As I came in, my first reaction was, wow, absolutely wow. And then also the surroundings of the Great Hall, and to see the people all enjoying themselves and finding it interesting.
I didn't expect to see people laying on the floor, just chilling out, which is quite nice.
The idea behind the Museum of the Moon actually came from living in Bristol. Bristol's got the second highest tidal range in the whole of Europe. So there's a 13-metre gap between high tide and low tide. And it's the moon that's making that happen. The amazing thing about the moon is it acts as a cultural mirror. So every culture has different stories and mythologies and stories to tell about the moon.
The more you let your eyes just sit and focus on it, the more it looks real.
It was amazing.
You thought it was amazing, did you?
Yeah.
Why did you think it was so amazing?
Because there was aliens.
Because there were aliens.
And it was very exciting and a very uplifting visual experience.
It was really big.
Was it? What did you like about it?
It had lots of craters on.
Did it? And what did it feel like when you were underneath?
It felt like it was falling on us.
Did it? Did it really? I thought it was very peaceful and calming.
I think it's absolutely beautiful. I think it's got this incredible, there's such a simplicity to the idea, but it's got this amazing imposing nature, and it's just exquisitely delivered. I think it's a great piece.
It's the fact they've got the imagination going. It's fantastic, you know? It's really good.
I actually saw aliens.
You did see aliens, okay. She saw the earrings.
Thank you. So this piece will be on display and I think Ponce Park in Coral Gables. And my idea when I saw these was I think we need to really reimagine and redefine how we interact, engage, and draw people into our downtown. Family experiences, something they've probably never experienced before. And they are projecting about 50,000 people to come and engage with this art piece. So if we want the community near and far to discover downtown and discover Homestead, these are the type of installations that you're going to get people far and wide to come to the city of Homestead. I've already had conversations with Pedro about, okay, what does this look like for parks? We spend, what, $60,000, $70,000 for a 4-hour event when we can spend $55,000 for a month installation, and imagine the people coming to our city. Imagine the economic impact that this can have to our downtown. So if we really want a game changer, if we really want people to come to Discover Homestead in our downtown, these are the type of installations that's going to get us there. So with that, I tee it back off to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank both of you, councilwomen. Very, very innovative and intriguing and interesting. Mr. Manager, maybe, I don't know, maybe Mr. Hennis would be the person to ask. You know, the public art master plan took a long time to put together, and a lot of thought and a lot of information went into that. So my first question would be, does it contemplate, does it permit, is there accommodation for rotating art exhibits, such as Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers suggested? Is that a permissible, I guess, expense, and is it in the plan?
The master plan that the Public Art Committee worked on looked at a lot of different avenues and types of art, and one of the ones that they struggled with was temporary types of art, types of situations. And in the master plan, I don't remember the exact page, but temporary art is one that's frowned upon in the master plan. It's not that you can't get there, you can always amend the master plan.
But it's not prohibited either.
Correct. It's just not a recommended type.
Okay. But it's just a recommendation. I mean, I see that as not art for art's sake, but art for destination homestead, to turn a phrase. It's bigger than just coming and looking at art. So that was my first question, really my only question there, as to the revolving exhibits. And I think we have so many places that those could be installed seasonally. You know, we have a huge City Hall Plaza. I think Councilman Fletcher was talking about, hey, that moon would fit in our foyer here. You know, bring people into this building and on this plaza every night for a month. And we could have vendors and show, it's just, the possibilities are really, really endless there. But I did want to see if, you know, to make sure that we didn't have a huge stumbling block in front of us at that point. As to murals, the issue I struggle with is reachability by the guys with Sharpies, big fat Sharpies and cans of spray paint. I know I sent some pictures this weekend to the manager of the nice graffiti work that's all over the Losner Park stage. 90 days later, it's already covered in graffiti. So that would be my concern there. And I'm not saying we can't fill that in. And you mentioned something about organizations and people wanting to fund them. So are there opportunities, and again, back to Mr. Hennis, is it permitted? Are there opportunities to do joint financing of these small-scale murals that we're not prohibited from that, as long as they, you know, I know we have a lot of really obscure guidelines to follow in using public money, but we do have the ability to partner with entities to bring those to fruition.
Certainly, the master plan really looks as an open book. It's not, it's really encouraged to be more public art that the city finances and places, but it doesn't prevent private types of connections and working together with the private sector to get things done either. So either one of those are achievable.
And, you know, Councilwoman, we've got a lot of money sitting there that not a lot has been done with. Have you considered starting out with one giant mural on the west back rear wall of the Seminole Theater, that as you're coming up Maury, as you're leaving the parking garage, as you're in Losner Park, there's just tremendous mural that's really hard to get to with a Sharpie or a can of spray paint? And what reminded me of that are a couple of the slides you showed, the one with the pine trees and the Everglades look, as well as the Native Americans. I mean, they're long gone now, but I remember hearing stories from people who remember the Indians coming to town to trade and shop and do things on the weekend here. And I'm thinking if we want to pay homage to, you know, and almost in that location, the intersection of Chrome and Maury was the measuring point for the city. And I'm wondering if you might consider looking at just thinking out loud, you know, because we pay homage to the Everglades and the natural environment in Losner Park, sort of an extension to that on the back wall, and pay homage to the first settlers, the first residents here, the Native Americans who still came into town into the 1940s from the Everglades. Just a thought as one of those, and pardon the pun, big picture projects to kick off a mural, and then work with others to do the smaller scale, and I call them the fill-in projects. But for those of you who are here at the South Dade, South Dade, it's interesting to use the word balanced. We heard Mayor Levine Cava refer to this city as balanced and bold. So I think that, you know, this kind of thinking, I think, well, yeah. But I don't think she was being complimentary. So let's turn the phrase and say our community is balanced and bold. So just my question to you, can we, and I'm a believer in murals, and I think a recreation of a weathered vintage looking Coca-Cola sign on the side of Jacobson's would be really neat, but not everybody likes that. But, you know, so a big project in terms of a mural. I mean, I think we've all been around long enough to remember that there was a big mural reflective of Homestead's history on the former north wall of the Seminole Theater overlooking the original Losner Park. Just my thoughts. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
To staff, if we wanted to move forward with any of the ideas that Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers or Councilwoman Bailey, the first step, what would that be? If we identified exactly the type of project we want to start with, what is the first step?
The first step that the master plan really begins to point out is to have, when you have a project, to create a team, like a project team, to sort of sit down with all the players involved, so that what the Public Art Committee was looking to do was, for each project, they would assign one member from the board to work as part of that team, so it wasn't all of council trying to work together, that it was one person that was working with staff and others to get a project moved forward, develop a budget, sort of a scope, an idea, before you get into actually writing the call for artists. So the first step would be trying to determine if whomever project it's tied to, that member would work with staff and the team.
Let me rephrase the question.
If I might, if this may answer your question. Isn't really the first step adopting these concepts into the work plan?
Sure, that is the
and
first
then you
step,
go do
yes.
your thing with all of this bureaucracy later. We've got to adopt them in the work plan. Is that step one? Was that your real question?
Yeah, if we wanted to do a mural next week, and exactly what Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggert said next week, that cannot happen.
Well, nothing's impossible, but it's probably unlikely to achieve it in that short time frame.
And that's because we're using federal money?
No, it's because there's a process of putting it into the work plan, and art just doesn't happen. And I think what Mr. Hennis was explaining, kind of like an RFP for art, is that a fair analogy? This is kind of what we're looking for.
Okay.
They call it a call to artist.
Understood.
Think about it, an RFP for art. This is kind of what we're looking for. This is where it's going to be. Give us your proposal. This is our budget.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Bailey, you know I support your mural project. I think I made no less than 3 motions the last time you brought it up for a discussion to pass it. I understand the challenges and the difficulties with making sure that there are safeguards in place for content so that it's not obscene, offensive, and within the state statutes. So my understanding is that if we proceed with the murals, then, there are First Amendment right protections there. So I understand the challenges for those that might not be in favor for it. But I believe that that graffiti artists like blank slates. And so if perhaps the stage at Losner Park was beautifully covered in murals, maybe it would not have been tagged up. And I think that engaging the community and engaging members of different organizations to make their mark on these pieces, that it would just bring to life a lot of these blank slates that are causing blight. With regards to Councilwoman Faircloth-Stagger's ideas, I think that they are feasible. I think that they're fun and inspiring and fantastic. So I'm in favor of adding the murals and these additional rotating concepts to our art plan. And I don't think that it's difficult for us to achieve, and I see the vision. So I'm happy to support this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher?
Yeah, let's be very clear, though, too, that art doesn't have to be expensive. And we have a lot, unless you're dealing with local artists who are trying to make a living, you got to pay them, the willing wage. But we also have a great big canvas that we don't even think about, which is the parking garage. And there's a lot of opportunity for us to partner with local schools that may want to do, small murals as you move through the parking garage. Let's think about something like that in the future too, partnering with those schools to help further educate them in public art. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I may or may not have included that piece of the Seminole Indian, thinking of the back of the Seminole Theater. And I also might have the extra steps that we need to take after speaking to staff of how we could go through the Historical Preservation Board, because it is a historic building.
Not that wall, it's new.
It's new, that wall?
That's the fly tower. That's a new wall.
Oh, okay, super. Well, then we don't have to do that, but I did do the work for us. Staff did, of course. So I would absolutely love to see that. It is obviously the beginning of Maui, so I think that would be a perfect first one to start. And then Kix would be a close second, because then it is at the end of Maui. And like I said, they already put in their application to do their tiny little version of what our code currently allows. So I am sure that they would not mind. We wanted to really start with what the code allowed and then show what a difference it would be after hopefully amending it to allow for those murals. So I think for the mural piece, we still need to amend the code to allow for this pilot Maui street mural program. So that would be the piece for the murals. I would completely be okay with starting with the Seminole Theater wall.
Which probably doesn't need a code change.
That is very, very good. So next week is a go. We can start next week. And definitely, if you do any type of research on the murals, really everything that I have found is that it is shown to deter graffiti. So it's an opportunity to get all of the artistic community involved. And I really do hope that that is the case for us. And yeah, thank you, everybody, for the support. Thank you, Mayor. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Very last thing, regarding the temporary art, which I absolutely love. One thing to consider is to do some type of more fixed piece. So let's say we found a couple different variations of the umbrellas, and I'm thinking of the walkway down City Hall Plaza. If we constructed something that was already beautiful and then could either hang or put on any other type of piece for the installations, that would be an easy way to really get the big piece of the funding passed through PAC, and then those installation pieces could be switched out. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Yes, just some final comments. I definitely think there is a place for the murals in the city. We get it right and land on what we want to put I guess the Seminole Theater can be first. I think there's definitely a place for that. In my mind, I had several goals. Family engagement, because families always want something to do, tourism, and economic development. And these are just examples for you to imagine and dream up some possibilities, because some of these art installers, if you look at their portfolio, it just blows you away. So I just pulled some examples, but this would definitely bring dollars, economic development into our community. We can select the places that we put it, but I tell you, it's going to be a game changer if we do. And if we can't put it into the plan, and there's nothing that prohibits us, although it may be frowned upon, I think we should, but we can also look at other revenue streams and other possibilities like Parks and Rec, as well as private donors. They can put their name on it. This art, pop-up art piece was funded by this developer or this organization. So there's so many possibilities.
Absolutely.
Just happy to bring these small samples.
One final thought.
Vice Mayor.
One final thought is we could also consider having university art students, provide, or we can create a contest for them to provide art, and whichever university wins, we could make a donation if that's legal, to the university. And I think that's a creative way of establishing a better relationship with universities as well.
As long as it's not green and orange, we're fine. Okay, so I guess we need a motion then to amend the plan by the addition of revolving, we'll get to you, Susan, revolving art as well as the mural. And just as an aside, he wasn't able to come last month. Ms. Sorrentino has referred me to a very accomplished artist who I want to invite he wants to give a presentation at a committee of the whole meeting. And this is not to promote himself or pitch his work. It's to talk about his experience and things we may want to consider in casting a wider net in the call to artist process. Go way beyond, international, that we don't need to leave any door closed. So I'll remember to get him on the committee of the whole agenda for March. So, Ms. Sorrentino, did you have anything to add? Yeah.
Susan Sorrentino. For 6 years, I have stood up here and said, we need art in Homestead. Each of you have made, I'm just so excited that all of you are working in that same direction. I can't be more pleased. And I just want to thank all of you. I want you to change the word from temporary to interactive art. That's really what you're talking about. Temporary is like it's here a weekend and gone on Monday. Interactive is wonderful. And
I think I did use the
your
word
film
interactive.
was wonderful.
And engaging.
Yeah. Interactive art is wonderful. Even at $55,000 for 1 month extension, think about a year, that's $500,000 if you do one each month. Just be aware that we have a little over $1 million right now. So if it's all interactive, our funds will be gone in a year. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And with murals, wonderful, I love murals. I like mosaic murals better because maintenance is minimal. And to have them away from graffiti, etc., is better. I have been in the arts for 58 years. And today I say, what you're saying is going to put wow back in Homestead with art. And I am at your disposal. I'm telling you right now, use me. I can help you. I could give you suggestions. I am just so thrilled of all of you for being involved and being this enthusiastic. And I'm really up here to thank you. Things that were on the original work plan that you're revising tonight was the chrome bronze sculpture, was an entrance sculpture for a sports complex. I sat through the last presentation on the sports complex, and you all kind of told the builders, the developer, go back and give us some wow. Well, the entrance of that sports complex could give you a wow. And I would like to still see that on your work plan. I'd like to see the chrome still on there. Something in City Plaza, if it's interactive, wonderful. But we've got a whole plaza out here that's bare, so that would be wonderful. The mural on the back of the Seminole Theater is tremendous. And it doesn't just have to be Native American or our heritage or history. When you send a call to artists out for that mural, which is tremendous and it's going to cost a big buck, you're going to get back all kinds of information about it. And because we get to send our call to artists out to Miami-Dade County artists, which are all those wonderful things you see in Miami, those artists will bring back to you tremendous things that you're going to all get excited over. You know, all of those things you see in Dade
So just to be clear,
County.
that what we're talking about is amending the work plan that's in
Right.
the agenda by the addition of the two different types of art.
Absolutely. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I love seeing all of you involved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so did we have a motion yet? All right, we have a motion. All right, Councilman Avila, seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman. Is there any further public comment? Close the public hearing. Oh, sure, come on down. Thank you.
All right, it's the first time, so won't be the last. Okay, my name is Wayne Shore. I am the commander of the American Legion down here in Homestead on Chrome Avenue. I know that, look at the cloud. Okay, I know that the building by Exit 1 Tap Room has a big Florida City as you come off the Turnpike into Florida City. American Legion, what the buildings you were talking about are public buildings, so I don't know if you're gonna do a public-private type thing, but what I'd like to do is throw the American Legion building into the mix, so when you can do something with our building as you come south into Homestead, into downtown, because we're kind of like on the outside just as you enter. So I just want to throw that in there as a consideration.
And certainly our conversations about the smaller scale murals do include privately held property.
Okay, well, yeah, so I don't know how that mural, it has to be approved or something like that. I don't know how that works. So I didn't know if that was how that works. So I just throw that in.
We're new to this as well, and we want to make it happen.
Okay, yeah, I'm game. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've got it here. He's registered. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Close the public comment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Thank you all. All right.
Moving on to tab 19, Mayor, resolutions. This is car number 3810. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of request for proposal number 202312 for professional services for permitting, plan review, and inspection services to MT Cosley LLC and CAP Government, Inc., authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute agreements for an estimated annual amount of $1,576,640, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 16, 2022, the City of Homestead issued Request for Proposal 2023-12 for professional services for the Development Services Department, consisting of permitting, plan review, and inspection services. The RFP resulted in two proposals being submitted, one by MT Cosley LLC, and the other by CAP Government, Inc. After careful review of the proposals, it is the Review Committee's recommendation that the RFP be awarded to both proposers on a primary and secondary basis. This will allow for maximum flexibility and responsiveness for departmental activities involving building, permitting, plan review, and inspection services. The anticipated contract amount of $1,576,640 is based on past experience of hours worked annually. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate the award of RFP 2023-12 for professional services for permitting, plan review, and inspection services to M.T. Closley, LLC as primary contact awardee and CAP Government, Inc. as secondary contract awardee for the estimated annual amount of $1,576,640.
Thank you, sir. Real quick question. This is funded by fees that are passed through to whoever's requesting the plan review, the permit, the inspection services. This is, we're acting as a conduit. We are not physically going into the city's pocket.
You're correct, Mayor. It's impact neutral. You put in for a permit for a fence, and then that's when we send out the inspector to check it out, and that's how the monies are transferred. So they don't get the full $1.6 million only if the service is actually used by the city.
Right, right. Okay, very good. Thank you, Council. Further questions or comments? All right, so I'll open this up for public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter? All right, we'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve. Motion by Vice Mayor Guzman, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Next item, tab 20.
Yes, tab 20, car number 3712. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the financing of vehicles with related equipment and information technology equipment in an amount not to exceed $987,742 pursuant to the master lease with Truist Equipment Finance Corp. and/or its affiliates or assigns, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to finance the purchase of equipment and vehicles for several city departments as outlined in the attached Exhibit 1 Purchase Summary Memo. All purchases are for equipment, products, and services approved as part of the city's capital improvement plan and will be financed through the Truist Equipment Finance Corp. and/or its affiliates or master lease as part of this approval. With the exception of the ITS equipment, all vehicles and vehicular equipment were approved for purchase on November 1st, 2022 through Resolution R 2022-11-115, and Council was advised the financing will follow at a later date. The purchases for the ITS equipment are approved by City Manager pursuant to City Code Section 2-411A. Total approximate cost of the purchase to be financed is $987,742. Annual lease payments will be $221,124 over 5 years for all equipment and will be financed under the Truist Equipment Finance Corp. and/or its affiliates or assigns and master lease purchase agreement as per the city's previous practice. The annual payment for fiscal year 2023 will be $110,562 with quarterly payments to Truist starting on June 20th, 2023. Funding for the equipment is from various sources. The equipment will be funded from the General Fund Departments, Police Department, and Development Services Department, and the Capital Improvement Fund. Sorry, it was long-winded.
Council, questions, initial questions or comments? All right. I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone who would like to speak on this matter. None appearing. I will close the public hearing. Motion to approve by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Is there anything further from Council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Good, thank you. And tab 21, car number 3775. Mr. White?
Yes, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting and authorizing the submission of an amended action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for approval, reallocating funds to the city's CDBG annual action plan fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, thank you. Staff has identified $416,861 of prior year's funding that have accumulated over time and need to be reallocated. The city has 5 public facility projects where costs and scopes exceed the current allocation for each project. In addition, the interest rate for the Section 108 debt service has increased. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing city managers to submit an amended Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023 to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This substantial amendment is to reallocate the accumulated prior year CDBG funds to existing projects.
Thank you, sir. Additional questions or comments from council? Some much-needed allocations to enhance our parks repair. Appreciate that. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers.
Yes, thank you. It's no secret, you know, I'm all over CDBG when it comes before us because I understand the value and how we can use these dollars very purposefully. When it comes to the reallocation of these funds, I support these allocations because these are existing projects that need additional funding. Had they not needed additional funding, I probably wouldn't support it because moving forward, we have to start thinking like out of the box, wow factor, what we can do to elevate what we're doing. And I was at the Seminole Theater on Saturday at your event. I was up there on the terrace, the balcony, and there's what they call that escape room. That room, there's a lot that we can do with that room, with that piece. And I know our consultant is here with CDBG funds. We can really reimagine that space. So moving forward, I know we're in the process of our 5-year consolidated action plan, and there are going to be community meetings coming up. There's one, I believe, next week that I will be attending. So let's start thinking big when it comes to our public facilities. Don't touch that public service 15% allocation. Don't touch that. But with the facilities, let's start dreaming big, okay? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any further? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Vice Mayor Guzman, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers? Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
Before we go any further, I know we have a lot of folks here, a lot of young children that are here for a specific item. Is there any objection that we deviate and go to the public comments part of the agenda at this point so that they can do what they need to do before the hour gets way too late? So we're going to jump now to the public comment section of the agenda. I have a few folks who registered ahead of time, so let me give them the opportunity first, and then we will go to general public comments. And again, for those of you who haven't been here, we do have a 3-minute time clock on comments, and you know we encourage you not to come up and give your version of what was just said. We're glad you're here, but let's have different substance every time. I think, Mr. Scheer, did you have an additional comment? Did you register? Wayne? Yes. Did you have another item? Come on down. You were the first one to clock in.
Come on down. Okay. What I want to do is, once again, my name is Wayne Shore. I'm the commander of the American Legion. There's going to be a bicycle ride coming through Homestead the Monday, 1 May. Just like what went from Miami Beach down to Key West, there's another ride that's going from Key West to Homestead, Naples, and they're following basically the path of Hurricane Ian. So I have a flyer here. I don't know how to present it, but I went to the MAC meeting, talked with Mr. Roth. He said, come here. There was a captain, I didn't get his name, from the police department. I'll talk to them tomorrow. I was out of town doing personal stuff. So I don't know how to let the city know that there's going to be a bunch of bicycles coming through, staging at the American Legion. So it's an event. I talked with Dale from the News Leader, so I just gave him a flyer. So I don't know how or what to do with a flyer to let somebody know or post it.
I think the best thing to do would be to give the flyer to our city manager and let him coordinate with our police department, and if council needs to take
tomorrow?
part in anything,
Yeah.
we have plenty of time.
Okay,
Well, thank you.
appreciate it. So I just giving a heads up. Thank you.
Yes, the manager, thank you. Okay, our next registered speaker is Brandy Ramirez. All right, and then next is Edwin Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll come on down to the podium. If you're still here, give us your name and address for the record. I'm sorry? Whatever you're registered for, whatever topic you registered for, come on down. We've got an open forum at this point.
Good evening. So basically, Edwin Rodriguez, known as Coach Eddie in the local Homestead community. I am the head coach slash manager slash founder of DSP Baseball. I'm here on behalf of the agenda on JD Red Park and the Homestead baseball community. Not sure what topics we want to jump into. I'm just here to support. I'm no longer affiliated with JD Red or HYB. We departed due to the turmoil that was caused dating a few months back. We tried to make ends meet and make it work. Unfortunately, the support wasn't there, so we were basically forced out in other ways. But I have many friends and players and many connections that I have made through the years, which I'm here to support them. So you guys want to know anything about the past or anything I could help you guys in, and intel information I could provide. But besides that, like I said, I'm no longer affiliated there. What I have is basically just, as you see, I didn't come down with notes or memos or nothing. It's just basically experience that I had and the reason why we're no longer there. Okay, so I have two teams. I have a talented 12U team, which is basically based out of kids from 11 to 12 years old. And I have another 12U team, which is a development team with beginners players, a lot of kids that are still developing, learning the game of baseball. So I went up to the current commissioner at the league, I'm not gonna mention his name, for his support to support my program, take one of my teams to join another league, another alliance. I think that the players deserved a little better. We went through a tough season, which we went 16-0. Nothing against his league or nothing, but the competition just wasn't there for that team. And unfortunately, the support wasn't there. Basically just told us, if you take one team, both teams got to go. So it kicked me out and my 28 players. We joined a league in Cutler Bay, Orion area, and we've been independent ever since. This was recent, like two months ago, max. I did everything I could I pointed out various scenarios that would benefit him. I would represent your park, I would represent your league, I would put HYB on my sleeve, whatever it has to just support. The kids were no longer having fun playing these games. They were no longer fun. The kids were having more fun doing practices, playing amongst themselves, because the games were just blowouts. The team was a little bit too talented. And I just wanted to do best for the kids. That's all I wanted. I told him I'm going to leave the B team behind, which is the development team. I'm going to leave them at the league. My only support was let me join the other league with my main team and let me practice twice a week here. That's all I wanted. And we just
Appreciate it. That's your time clock, and trust me, none of us want anything more or less than what's best for our kids in our homestead parks for youth leagues or whatever sport they're playing. Appreciate your
So
efforts.
basically, long story short, on behalf of DSP Baseball and the Lady Pitbulls, I'm talking over 60, 70 players. This is where I'm at, right? Thank you for taking
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor, I just have a quick
Yes.
question. Sir, excuse me. So you said 28 players,
28 boy players.
28
correct.
had to leave.
28.
And do these children live in Homestead?
All of them are from Homestead.
And they
Every
had to
single
leave
one of them.
outside of their city
Outside of their city.
to go play baseball? Okay, that doesn't make me happy. Thank you,
Every
Mayor.
single one of them.
And I'm sure we're going to hear more.
Like I said, I came here to represent the whole baseball program. I didn't want to bring the parents into none of this. At the end, they follow my charge. They have trust in me. They know I'm going to make the best decision for their kids. But here I am representing the 28 players and the 20-something girls, because there's also a softball affiliation. All right?
All right, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Who would like to speak next? Mr. Fletcher, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, just for information, we have been aware of some of these issues, and we have turned those over to the Parks and Rec Department to take a look at, and they're currently conducting an investigation into those items. So just to be perfectly clear, the city is working on the issue. It's not falling on deaf ears.
We are aware and doing what we need to do to address that. So, who would like to come down next? Well, you got to come down to the podium and give us your name and address for the record. We do try to keep you to a 3-minute limit. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Garcia. I am the president of the league, which Coach Eddie is referring to. I'm here to present our side of the story, which is not the way he's presenting it. The reason Coach Eddie decided to leave is because he didn't want to be part of the Cooperstown team. He was against that. In fact, that was a new initiative that we did this season, was to create a Cooperstown team to go to Cooperstown and represent the league, represent the city of Homestead. The reason we started with the Cooperstown team was because Coach Eddie committed himself and another coach to be part of that team. When we first were offered the opportunity to take a Cooperstown team, my first calls were Coach Victor, which is the coach that had the most seniority in the park, and Coach Eddie, that could help us recruit players. And that was the reason that we presented that. And when we did that, Coach Eddie first, after the first meeting, after they say yes, he decided that he didn't want to be a coach. Then we had to find another coach to be for the Cooperstown, to lead the Cooperstown, because we had already done tryouts. When we did tryouts, Coach Eddie wanted to be part to get back on the Cooperstown team, and then we accepted him, right? And then towards the end of the season, when he stated that he didn't want to be a coach anymore, that he wanted to take a team over there, and I said, how are you going to leave? You have your team, the Cooperstown team here. You want to take those players over there. You take the players to the league. When is the Cooperstown team is going to be together? So there was a conflict of that, and it wasn't going to be logistically speaking. The Cooperstown team needed to be together, to practice together, to develop, to get better, to be ready for Cooperstown, which is the strongest division league in the United States. So that's one of the. So I'm here to, there's probably several parents. If I get the opportunity, I would like to come back to state some, respond to some of the issues and complaints.
Oh, well,
Okay.
let me ask you this, though. When it comes to dealing with city staff and just the general operations, are you satisfied with the level of involvement from our Parks and Recreation staff? I understand, there are internal issues, but are you getting what you need from the city
Absolutely.
to conduct your programs?
Absolutely, absolutely. We work closely with Parks and Recs and members of the council. We have done, several activities throughout the years, and we continue to do that. And we are expanding our league. When we first took over as a president of the league, we had 9 teams. We got to over 24 teams before COVID, and we're now averaging 19, 20 teams. So we hired providing a lot of opportunities to our players to develop.
Very good. Before you go, council, any questions of the coach? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, to echo what Councilman Fletcher said a moment ago, we are all aware of some serious allegations and issues, and we are doing what we need to do to not help you resolve them, but to determine what we need to do. Come on down. You want to speak? We need you to come to the microphone and identify yourself. Welcome. Good evening. Hi.
I speak Spanish. She translates.
Do you need me to translate or you understand? Okay.
I do. This one doesn't.
Oh, maybe the time is very low for the translation, but I try to speak a little. Esto es simple. Aquí hay una persona que tiene aires de autoritarismo.
That this is pretty simple. That this is simple. That there's a person in charge of the league right now that seems to be an authoritarian, somebody that a dictator.
Yeah. Uno dice algo, un comentario, y si no le agrada, tú eres malo, tú tienes complaint y te calumnia.
That if you don't say something that he likes, he gets upset and he will find a way to get back at you.
La liga se ha convertido en un únicamente negocio de dinero.
The league has converted now to just being about money.
A mi hijo 2 veces lo hizo llorar porque yo tenía que pagar porque sí, más dinero para los grupos de él cuando él mete sus entrenadores que quiere cobrar.
That his son, the gentleman, the league president, made him cry twice due to that he had to pay more money because it was the trainers that the league president had chosen.
Y cuando una oportunidad lo confronté y le dije que él no podía hacer eso, que alguien arriba de él tenía que supervisarlo, me dijo que fuera donde me diera la gana.
And one time he told him that he wasn't able to do that, and he told him, well, go do whatever you want.
Y fui a Parques y Recreaciones y no hicieron nada. Lo único fue que nos sacaron al hijo mío de la liga porque no lo quería dejar jugar.
And he went to Parks and Recreation, but nothing happened, nothing changed. And the only, ¿qué dijo el último? Que no lo sacó de la liga.
La gente de Parques y Recreaciones dejó que mi hijo jugara.
And the Parks and Recreations allowed for his son to play.
Yo vivo a 1 minuto del parque.
He lives 1 minute away from the park.
Yo no puedo llevar a mi hijo a otra ciudad a jugar.
I don't want to take my son to another city to play baseball.
Mi hijo tiene, 9, que acaba de cumplir 10 años el domingo.
He just turned 10 on Sunday.
Y hay entrenadores que se han ofrecido, que se han ido amablemente a llevar a mi hijo, pero es muy pequeño y obviamente no lo puedo dejar ir.
There is coaches that have offered to pick his son up, but since he's young, he doesn't feel comfortable.
Aquí esta liga no se está manejando bien. Los niños de verdad tienen uno que otro juego y cuando de repente el equipo quiere conseguir juegos amistosos de repente, porque esto es recreacional, no permite que vengan otros equipos al jugar al parque porque, tú sabes, él es el dueño, amo y señor.
And he tries to have scrimmages and bring other teams to the park, but the president doesn't allow it because he's the boss.
Discúlpenme por el tiempo.
Sorry about the time.
Siento que esto es un caldo perfecto para un dictador y para la anarquía.
He feels that this has been the perfect soup for a narcissist and a dictator.
Okay. And again, know that we want everyone's child who lives in or near Homestead to be able to play in Homestead with an enjoyable experience. And again, not to be a broken record, if we find that there are leaders that are not allowing that to happen, our Parks and Recreation Department will have to take the appropriate action.
And thank you, Mayor. I know Councilman Fletcher touched on it already. We had a parent or former parent of the league come, I want to say it was about 4 weeks ago, might have been a little bit longer, with a series of complaints. Meetings were had with this individual and the councilman himself and Pedro from Parks and Recreation. And we've actually reached out to Mr. Garcia as well and inquiring on the allegations. So there's going back and forth going on here. So we're still in the process of looking into this matter. There's a lot of he said, she said going on. And once hopefully we finish our investigation, hopefully we can bring most of this matter to a conclusion.
All right, I hope so. Are there any other comments? Oh, come on down. Good evening, welcome.
Good night, Council. My name is Assis Cummings. I've been coaching baseball for about 11 years now. I coached out of Tamiami, Richmond Park, here at JD, Somerset High School, Everglades. What's happening at the park is a big issue. It's a big deal. What is happening is that the kids are not being exposed to good baseball, to proper baseball. I see tonight that the board is trying to get more, like, the economy to grow. The founders of Homestead have built fields. That's a major league field over there at JD Red. The benefit that these kids would get growing up on that field is huge. There's, excuse me. That's a major league field. The designers, there's almost like 11 fields here in Homestead. I think even 12. I've made many suggestions to Mr. Garcia about what can improve the park. I spoke with let me paint the picture for you. You have Hammocks Park. There's a league called the Alliance League. It involves at one point JD Red, Franjo, and Hammocks Park. So what happens is all the baseball that's surrounded. Here's Hammocks Park, here's Franjo, and then here's Harris, and then here's JD Red. Harris Field is run by a little league. Like you cannot come with a whole team. They run under a different program. But JD Red, because of Mr. Garcia's his actions over the years, the president of Franjo and Hammocks, they said, we will not do business with him again. They said, I spoke to Peter, his name is Peter, over at Franjo Park. I spoke to him last week, and I got off the phone with, Johnny over at Hammocks Park. He said, Coach, and I said, because I was asked to run the league before Christmas. They said, Coach, you need to run this park. So I called him and I said, Johnny, if I've been asked to run the league, if I get a hold, if I am the one that run the leagues, will you open up the league back to JD Red? He said, Coach, we have no problem with that, as long as Carlos Garcia is not involved. And he said, not even as a coach will we do if he's involved. This is a big issue because what's happening is the kids are not being exposed to quality baseball. So what happens, they go to the high schools and they get blown away. So their future in this game, their future in this game is done. Because when a coach sees your first impression, if you don't have what it takes, you just sit the bench. So what I think is scholarship is the goal. Scholarship is the goal for these kids. But if they're not involved, if they're not being exposed to quality baseball, when they see it, that's it. When they see it, that ball come at 70 miles an hour, 60, 70 miles an hour, mentally they checked out. But it's not until like a year or so later when they really walk away from the game. It's a really big problem that needs to get fixed. It really is. And it's all because of the actions and the dishonesty. That's all I would say. You cannot have a discussion with somebody who is dishonest. I brought up 2 more seconds, Mr. Larsner. Mayor Lawson, I brought up these concerns, one based on rules, one based on scheduling. And when I did, I was removed from the chat from the park and put on a separate chat. Then the words of separation and segregation began to float in the air. And then the words of, well, you are the only black coach on the park. This is it's uncomfortable. I can overcome that. I can overcome that. But the kids is where it's at. The kids is where it's at. So that's, my piece there.
Appreciate that. Now, the thought occurred to me that if they are willing to do so, you've had contact with the coaches from, I think you said Hammocks and Franjo?
Harris and Franjo, yes. No. Harris is Michelle. I don't know if you know. All I know is Michelle by her first name, but Hammocks Park.
I said Hammocks.
Yeah, Hammocks and Franjo.
But you spoke with those two coaches about some of the issues.
Yes.
If they are willing to do so, could you please contact them and ask them to get in touch with our Parks and Recreation Director?
I will.
So that, kind of an outsider's view, if we're going to do some independent research and investigation, they could be very helpful to do that for us. So please do that. And I don't know, do you work with Mr. Ronaldo's? Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So if you could if they're willing to do so.
Yes.
If you would put them in touch with our Parks Director, I think that would be very helpful.
Yes, I will.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, sir, in the back. Hi.
I've been at J.D. Red and Harris Field for the past 6 years. We moved to Homestead. I'm from Miami, Flagami area. I grew up playing baseball. Wasn't the best at it, but it was something to get me out of the house. These kids that I've been coaching for 6 years now, they're looking for a way to cope. They don't just learn the sport, they learn interaction. Some of these kids, they don't talk to other kids. They come to interact with others. When they play with other teams and then they get drafted the next year and they're playing on a different team, they got to interact with those new kids and get out of their comfort zone. Mr. Garcia has taken that from them. These kids are now forced, and these parents are now forced to pay extra money for extra coaching that shouldn't be allowed by the city. One thing is, if you are in a travel team and you pay for those travels and those extra practices. This is rec ball. I'm now coaching at Harris Field, forced out of J.D. Red. Michelle and another coach sat down with Michelle and said, no, this coach needs to come over here. My kids are 10, 12, and 2. My kid was scared of even getting near a ball because they're moved up too fast. They don't let the development happen. When it was brought up, why are these kids being moved up? They're too young. Their answer was, well, that's how we develop them. At Harris Field, we don't develop them that way. When we go up for a draft and we do our counts, we score them. And if they score 1 or 0, that's when we have a meeting between all coaches and say, this kid should be moved down. So he gets that extra year or extra season to build. It's unfair to the parents at J.D. Red that have been forced out, and they've gone to other parks. I know Aces, I know the parent that went to Cutler Ridge. I'm actually best friends with his stepson's father. We're a group. We do this, we don't get paid for it. So I think J.D. Red has to be looked into, and if Mr. Garcia wants to build a travel team for himself and make those funds for himself, he should do it on the side and have the rec ball open to those parents that want their kids to be brought to an environment of just, fun. I teach my kids all the time. We play happy, we have fun. We lose, you're learning. At the end of the season, I tell my kids all the time, it's not about winning. It's about what you take from it. And that's what I think Homestead is about. So, with that said, I think this city needs to be taken to J.D. Redd and said, hey, what's really going on? And speak to those parents that have walked away from J.D. Redd. So I leave you guys with that.
Thank you, appreciate it. To use the baseball analogy, I think you hit a home run in your comments. It's about fun, it's about learning, it's about developing skills. And staff knows that, and we've had a lot of folks come in here in many different sports, soccer, baseball, across the board. And when we really dig down, it's about somebody's making money on the side. And first and foremost, I can assure you that I want to make sure that this is, and you call it, recreational ball, fun ball. And I agree that first and foremost, we're going to accommodate the legitimate volunteer leagues and organizations, first and foremost. So thank you for bringing that home for us.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Tamelia Moore, a longtime resident of Homestead. I grew up in Southwest Homestead and moved to unincorporated Dade, just off of Campbell Drive back in 1979 and been living there ever since. I am a product of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and also in June of 2021, I retired from Miami-Dade County Public Schools after working for 35 years, with my last 22 years of teaching high school at Homestead Senior High. Working with students, with kids, dealing with their parents, there's always issues. My grandson started playing baseball a year ago. Since the age of 4, he was playing football. And we drove from Homestead to Devonair for him to play football up until the pandemic when sports were stopped. From the age of 4, he's 12 now. I don't want to do that for baseball. We want to have him play here in Homestead. Okay, within every organization, we saw it in football, we stayed with one park the entire time, but there are problems. I'm glad to hear that the Park and Rec Department is aware of the issues that's going on at J.D. Redd and that they are looking into it. But I just ask that hopefully we can solve this amicably and do not let this spill over into where the kids on the park notice there's tension, there's animosity going on. Because like the gentleman just said, the kids go into sports, we want them to be able to learn to build teamwork, to get along with people, teach them a skill, and at the same time, for those that's planning on pursuing it as a sport for their career, to get those skill sets there on the park. And as of right now, my grandson no longer wants to play football, which I am so happy, and he is really into baseball. When we went to J.D. Redd, we came there first training with Coach Jason, and then when Coach Jason formed a 12U team, my grandson joined that team. He loves it. He loves all the kids on the park. The kids get along great. We just need to fix this, work with what we got. If there's problems, let's straighten it out and continue building the program in the park. All of these D.R. Horton developments coming up in Homestead, we want those kids to build these parks. We don't want them to go elsewhere. We want to keep it here in the community. And that's what I'm striving for. And also, as a parent, I think we also need to be concerned that if Park and Rec can come out and take a look at like lighting in the parking lot, the parking lot is dark. And also, when my grandson first started playing there, I had a flashback sitting there watching him practice to where what happened with, I'm gonna finish this real quick, the principal at Southgate Senior High School when he was hit by that car that came onto the field. As you know how the park sits, there's that back road, and all it would take is for a car to come around that curve real fast and come onto the field where the kids are practicing. I would love it if we can take a look into possibly erecting a wall that can kind of be as a barrier so that we don't have that tragedy happen on our park that happened to the principal at Southgate Senior High School. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else? On down.
Hello, my name is Crystal. I'm an employee at Cricket. My husband is a coach at JD Red Park. He's helped Carlos coach several teams. We've done a girls softball team. We've done an 8U team, and now he's doing a 12U team, which is the team that her son is on. And also, we sponsor the park and some parents. I have worked with Carlos on several projects of back to school. Every year we do a back to school. We get book bags together to give to the kids at the park, to give out for school time. My husband coaches a team there, so we also sponsor his team. We give money to pay for the uniforms to the kids, whatever else the parents need. Sometimes we even pay registration for the parents who cannot afford it. I'm not a rich person, but I try to use my resources to help out other people who cannot afford. My son also plays on the team. He is autistic, and he loves to play baseball. I have never had an issue there. Carlos has been more than welcoming. I met him at my job. He invited me to the park. We saw the park. We loved it. I seen his vision of wanting to bring more kids to the park, to make the park bigger. I don't think saying that the competition at the park is not good enough, we should go somewhere else. I think we should get together and bring more kids to the park and have more competition there. And I think that that's what he was trying to do, because we did do a tournament there and we brought outside teams in. They played against other teams. They got to see how other teams play different levels of baseball. I don't feel like he's pushing anybody out. I think a lot of people here have a personal agenda for their own financial gain. Some people, just trying to come up on other people. That's what I feel is going on at this park. I don't think it has anything to do with one person. I think it's people trying to push one person out so they can take over. We've done a lot of different events. We even brought University of Miami baseball team to come and visit the kids one event. We had all the families come out. We announced all the teams that were going to play for that season. The kids got to take pictures with them. They got to tell their stories about how they made it to college baseball and all this different stuff. I think that what we need to do is get together and see how we can make that park better, instead of thinking about, let's go to another park and join another park because this park is not good enough. That's not something that we should do. We should have all came together and said, hey, what can we do here at this park to make this park better, to bring more people here, because Homestead needs that for our children to stay off of the streets. We need that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on down.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Wendy Lopez. I'm actually here because my daughter, who played softball right after, COVID, pretty much loved the park and was there all the time. And then it got to the point where one day, because I didn't pay the registration fee, Carlos came up to my daughter and said, call your mom and have her pick you up. You can't be on the field. Mind you, we were paying fees and we had to pay extra. And these were 3 teams playing, practicing. You had 16-year-old girls practicing on a field with 8-year-olds who were actually playing a game. I don't think that's fair. Or having 3 teams practicing. The girls only have one field, and sometimes had to use the baseball field that were meant for the 10 and 12-year-olds. At this park, yes, at the beginning, you know, the commissioner, she went out, did a check. My daughter was one of those girls on that team. At that time was a 6-year-old, was playing baseball, loved baseball. I took my kids out because of the situation that happened with my daughter. My daughter was an umpire while she played. And she was the only girl that was able to umpire. I'm sorry, she was 2 girls that was able to umpire the softball team. If not, it was boys who couldn't even umpire a girls' softball game because they were going based off of baseball rules, not softball. And I can tell you this, that my daughter, because of this, stopped playing softball. It took her coach to actually say, hey, come out again, let's practice. And finally was able to do it, but she aged out this year, and that was it. It's sad that her last season was pretty much, you can't come to the park, yet she was umpiring for the park. It wasn't like she was there for free because I pay for both kids, and that's sad, because what is that telling her? That even though she worked there and she said, I'll pay, and I told them I would pay, that she was told to leave the park. I don't think that's fair. And the girls are leaving. The girls went to the Stingrays, to the Lady Canes. They're going to other parks. They're not staying in Homestead. And my daughter traveled. Coach Mike would take these girls from Homestead, and parents, yes, paid and traveled to Lakeland. They didn't stay just here. He moved them out because he knows that these girls can get it done. They want to go to college. They now play for Homestead, Somerset, South Dade. The girls just had a great game right now. And it's awesome that these girls that didn't know how to play are now playing for these high school teams. And some of the now middle schoolers have time, but it's sad that they cannot play at J.D. Reed. They got kicked out of Harris Field because Carlos went to the park and ratted. The girls were practicing there. We had to play, basically the coach, so the coach can pay at Live Like Bella Park so the girls can practice. And they couldn't practice because guess what? Live Like Bella doesn't have lights. And parents couldn't travel to Southridge. Parents couldn't travel to Goulds to pay for a lighted park because all the parks here couldn't accommodate our girls because it was soccer, because it was football. So what does that mean for our girls who play softball down here in Miami-Dade? Homestead, South Dade, Somerset, Southridge. What does that say? That's just my point. It's sad that our girls are getting exiled out of the park down here in Homestead, and parents can't travel up there. I can, but that doesn't mean every other parent can. We can carpool, but not every parent's gonna let another parent drive their daughters to a park that's 45 minutes away, and it's gonna come home at 10 o'clock at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor,
Yes.
need a motion to extend the meeting.
Yeah, I will. We're going to have, is there anyone else who wants to speak after these two? Okay, we've got to handle some quick housekeeping here. Just stay right where you are. We need a motion to extend the meeting to 9:30. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, go ahead.
Buenas tardes a todos, muchas gracias por darme la palabra. Mire que yo vengo sobre todo porque hace un año que voy al parque porque a mi hijo le encanta el béisbol, ¿sí? Entonces, desde hace un año dijeron que iban a reparar el parque, ¿sí? Pero hasta el día de hoy no, los baños están en muy mal estado. Ay, perdón.
Good evening. Her son plays baseball. She's been there for about a year. Since she was there, they always told her there was going to be repairs done with the field, the bathroom.
Sí, el fil, las mallas están rotas, ¿sí? El baño está muy en mal estado, no hay ni dónde cambiar, no hay pañaleras, ¿sí? Lo que es...
The nets are broken, the bathrooms are not good at all. There's no, the diaper changing table is not usable.
El parque donde juegan los niños está en muy mal estado, ¿sí? mejor dicho, cuando llueve se inunda el parque, ¿sí? Y nadie, hasta ahora, nadie hace nada por ese parque. Y hay muchos niños que van. Le digo yo, todo mi embarazo, todo desde que ha nacido mi hija, yo voy todos los días de 5 a 8:30 de la noche, estoy allá. Porque a mi hijo le encanta jugar béisbol, ¿sí? Entonces yo estoy allá todos los días. La verdad que no puedo ni ir al baño. ¿Por qué? Porque no hay ni dónde colocar a la bebé, ¿sí? Y está muy sucio y en mal estado, la verdad, ¿sí? Entonces prefiero evitar ingresar, ¿sí?
The playground floods. She's at the baseball field from 5 to 8:30 every night because her son plays baseball and has training. She can't go to the bathroom and change her baby because she can't use the diaper changing table, and the kids can't play in the playground either.
Let me turn to the manager and the parks director. I know we've allocated monies to do those repairs, to fix the bathrooms. I know that we've partnered with parents to bring in fill and sod and remedy a lot of those problems. Can you address kind of where we are and when we're going to be?
Thank you, Mayor. The the renovations are going to start now in March, first week of March, or second week of March, I'm sorry. July, August for the new playground. So purchase orders have already been issued, equipment's being ordered. So definitely in the next 6 months, you're going to see a lot of changes at the park.
So in about 3 weeks, the construction will start, the renovations will start in the bathrooms.
Okay. Y si vengo a hablar de esto es porque creo que los niños merecen, sí, estar en un lugar seguro, porque ellos son el futuro de todos, ¿cierto? Entonces es por eso. Agradezco que me escuchen. Bueno, gracias.
That the reason she came to speak is because the kids are the future, and thank you for listening to her.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Anyone else?
Mayor, just a quick question. Is there anything we can do temporarily? It's just unconscionable to me for a mom to be on a park with that baby from 5 to 8:30 and can't go in the bathroom and change the baby.
Definitely, I'm going to have
That's
a little check
low-hanging
on.
fruit.
No, I agree. And the changing table, if it is broken, we'll have it repaired tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
One down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. Being born and raised here in Homestead and having a son that played at both parks, Harris Field and J.D. Reed Park, it is a little bit concerning hearing today's comments. But I want to say thank you to those families for speaking up and bringing the concerns forward, and to assure them that the mayor and council that sits here in front of them are the right people that are going to look into this matter, and that we have a great city manager and staff at Parks that will look into that and resolving it. Mi nombre es Brandy Ramirez. I'm going to say it in Spanish. Mi nombre es Brandy Ramirez. Vivo aquí en Homestead. Nací aquí. Tengo un hijo que jugó béisbol en Harris Field y J.D. Reed Park. Y es muy importante los comentarios que dijeron hoy, pero este alcalde, el council, sí van a mirar en este importante cause y trabajar junto con el manager, Mr. Jerry Estrada, y los empleados de Ciudad de Homestead. So, gracias por estar aquí y hablar. I think there's always still an opportunity and a chance to do what's right. I am happy to see that Mr. Garcia is here listening, and I feel that he can work together and try to correct. There's always time to correct things, and hopefully he will take that opportunity to work with our city staff to do that. Also, I just wanted to remind Mayor and Council, being the most recent current president of the Women's Club of Homestead, that we do have our Women of the Year event coming up. It's going to be March 11th. It's Saturday. And I welcome Mayor and Council, who have always in the past contributed to this event that helps raise funds for scholarships for our local high school students. So if you are willing to do so, please think about sponsoring it or attending as well to participate. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. All right. Any, wait, Mr. Orta's online. Go ahead, Mr. Orta.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Romero Orta, 2040 Southeast 19th Street. I'm also representing True Homestead. I just want to bring up a, a quick topic on the issues that were brought up. I had nothing to do with this. I actually brought issues up about a year and a half ago that went neglected and ignored by your staff, Pedro, because these same issues were brought up almost a year and a half ago. And let me tell you, I also coach at JD Red, and I'm currently coaching at Homestead Park. When I was at JD Red, my daughter had to play with boys in 12U. And when you commingle a girl with boys that are 12 and older, it's not the right thing. So thanks to Erica Avila and Councilman Roth, who helped us with funding, and Commissioner Higgins, we were able to gather funds to create the first softball team at JD Red in several years. And let me tell you, those girls went out to be solid players. They went out to different parks and they dominated. As a matter of fact, the girls that started with us, they went to Homestead Senior and had an undefeated season. That goes to show you that we have potential in Homestead. And it's because of dictators like Carlos, who, if you raise concerns or if you bring up issues, you are exiled and you are blacklisted, which is what he did to me too. Okay, because the same team that blacklisted him, Franjo, for trying to take players from their parks to his, he was blacklisted as well, which karma, you know what it is. Okay, so it finally came back on him. All right, but enough with Carlos and JD Red, because you guys heard all these parents bringing up these concerns and they went neglected. My issue is with Pedro. Okay, because this is already the second league that he's destroyed. Okay. The first one was a 40-year rec football league where a couple of years ago, okay, he turned it into a travel team, which he eliminated 300 kids from playing at one park for one league, okay? That was Dick Conley Memorial Football League. I was on that board, and we requested an RFP to keep it going. We had the meeting, and at the meeting, when we were ready to present, you all know what Pedro did? He looked at us, he goes, "Don't waste my time," and he walked out. That goes to show you the type of person that he is, okay? So if anything needs to be done, not only look into JD Red, but you need to look at Pedro and the staff as to what they do behind the scenes. Because this has been brought up to him a year and a half ago, and he ducked it under the rug because guess what? Maybe there's something going on in the back that you guys don't know and we don't know. But there needs to be some accountability because there's a negligence on your staff, especially Pedro. So I ask you to please look into him and his staff. And for the parents who are in the audience right now, I feel for you, okay? But just know, you have a league across the street who will welcome you with open arms, at least for this season. Bring your girls over, bring your boys over. We have teams, and we have softball. We have two teams in softball where we're going to start playing other parks. Bring the girls over. We'll welcome them with open arms, and we'll give them a discount. But don't let them quit. Let them keep playing, all right? Just look into it, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orta. Mr. Manager, any response?
Not to those comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on any matter? If we could get Mr. Kraft a microphone.
I'm not a ball player. I guess that's obvious, but I love the game. Anyway, I have something to ask about. That is that the appraisal has come back to the council. And now when the appraisal for the famous property has arrived, what will be the next step? Would there be another workshop, another sit down, or will it be at this special CAL, or will it be coming up at the next council meeting? That's all.
Thank you. The best I can answer your question is that when the appraisal was received, I asked for a briefing to help me understand the ins and outs of that appraisal from the firm who did the appraisal. That's been scheduled, I believe, for early next week for myself. I can't speak to the other council members. It's it's almost 250 pages in length. It's not something you just thumb through and absorb. It's very, very complex. And at such time as management indicates to me that council has had the opportunity to have briefings on it, at that point I foresee that it would be a workshop type situation as to where we go from there. Quite frankly, to my understanding, we have not heard from the other side of this transaction as to their concerns, their agreements, their objections to the findings of the survey. But I personally, to let you know, I'm not really interested in that until I understand the findings in the survey from our side of the table. Is that sufficient? And again, I don't speak for the others. I know I've asked for a briefing, and I think I have one scheduled next week. And I'll rely upon the manager to indicate to me that everyone else is ready to go. All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you all. Yes. Wait, yep. One more. Come on down.
How you guys doing? Michael Rodriguez. I'm the former coach of Lady Pitbulls. When we first started the softball league, we were working with Perrine, and everything was wonderful. They'll come play us. We'll go play them. For some political reason, something happened. Mr. Carlos pissed, somebody, I don't know what happened. The league stopped. We started playing the same team all over again. Same faces all the time. 2 teams in the park, right? Same as the younger girls, same team. I got my older girls, we took them traveling. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna create a travel team. Went to Clearwater, Winter Haven, Bartow. We came back, that was summer. Came back, new season, still, we can't play nobody else. Now what happened is, the parents, he's, after me, hey, they gotta sign up. The parents, who are we gonna play? I don't wanna pay to play the same team all over again. So on top of me, and I'm embarrassed. So, hey, you gotta pay. I don't work. It doesn't work. I can't do that. I told them twice. Hey, you guys gotta register. Twice. Nothing. One day, bugging me. I tell him, Carlos, you tell him. He gets off his golf cart. He tells them, girls, call your parents right now. If they don't come pay, you guys cannot practice. When those girls called them parents, softball season was done at JD. I left. I went to Harris. Michelle let me play in the backfields because they didn't have no lights. She told me you could use that field. He goes over there, making trouble that I can't be practicing there, that I got to go through the city, all of this. Not only I left with my team, the younger team, they followed me. They came with us. I took 28 girls from JD. Now we're at Homestead Sportsplex. We're in the Frangio League now. First team Jen tells me, if you still with Carlos, you affiliated with Carlos, you're not welcome here. I'm like, no, we're not there. We're somewhere else. And now we're going to play in Frangio. We're playing Tamiami. Summer, we're going to go travel again. And it's just for the girls, That's all I got to say. But, we got to go travel. It's like you're a prison there. You can't get out. You can't go play. When I was young, we used to play all the parks around the neighborhood. You got Harris across the street. You got Frangio. You got Hamilton. But the league needs to open up. Something's got to happen so we could, open up, play different teams. Because they're playing the same face all the season, same girls. You get tired. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Mayor. The issues that have been brought up tonight, it's kind of like an echo for a couple years now. I want to thank the parents that have been here tonight speaking, because if it's just coming from one angle or one direction, sometimes it can be too repetitive. But hearing it from the people, from the parents, this is reassuring the council and our staff that this has to maintain a priority, not just for budgeting, but for making sure we have quality conditions in our park and quality programming. And of course, there's always 3 sides to every story, right? There's this side, and and the truth, and we will get to the bottom of what's being alleged here. Our staff has been working on compiling these concerns and going through them, and as you heard tonight, the mayor is encouraging for more information to be brought forward. We're going to make sure that as many parents as possible are reached out to and to tell their viewpoint and their perspective. Funding is not just the only issue. It's communication. We have to make sure that there's good communication between our program directors of all of our parks. This is speaking globally, right? Not just JD Red, but Harris Field and all of our other parks to come. The communication has to be constant with our parks department. If there's no changing table at the bathroom, or it's broken, or it's lacking to begin with, those are things that our program director needs to make sure is communicating to our parks director so that that can be taken care of. But there should also be routine checks from our park director's position to catch any gaps in those communication. We need transparency. We need to have fair scheduling so that the parents and the teams and the schools are getting fair access to the fields. We don't have 100 baseball fields. We have a ton of people that want to play. The programming has to be organized and it has to be structured. And we have a code of conduct. It's unwritten. We have to remain civil with each other. And some of the things that I've heard very recently with regards to really aggressive, very violent attacks between parents in the parks, that's unacceptable. Baseball, softball, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to be a learning experience, right? Developing skills. We heard all that tonight. We will not tolerate violence in our parks. So I'd like for there to be a code of conduct put up on the fence line somewhere with regards to parents and kids, right? No profanity, no obscene behavior, no obscene language, and no fighting. This has to be written because the unwritten rule sometimes is getting forgotten. As a mom of kids that play sports, I feel your passion. I know what you're going through. My husband coached softball, and it is a sacrifice. You're there night after night after night to sit there and see holes in the net, batting cages that look like crap, and to see the drains full of mud, and to see fences that are off the posts. That's unacceptable, but I can assure you that it has not been forgotten. We have a process in place. Bathrooms have been ordered. They're on the way. The playground, as he mentioned, it's in progress. Nobody up here has forgotten about the parents at JD Red or at any park, but we do need to hear when the issues come up, and so I thank you for coming and speaking about them, and we will get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Just real quick, want to add, parental sports politics aside, I'm hearing issues tonight of capacity of our parks. And we're working on that, believe me. We've been working on that for over a year now. And we all recognize that we have no more fields in this city today as our population approaches 85,000 than we had when we were a community of 25,000 people. We get that. And we're going to find and create additional capacity for all sports so that everybody's lane, so to speak, legitimate lane, can be accommodated. And again, to borrow the phrase from the councilwoman, we're aware and we have not forgotten. We understand that. This shortfall took many, many years, and we hope it can be remedied a lot faster. Again, it doesn't happen overnight. But again, we are aware that it's not forgotten. It's not out of sight, out of mind. But thank you all for coming tonight and hanging in there. One more.
My name is Gina. I started at JD Red in the summer. Then I was an employee of Carlos Garcia. Everything went great in the beginning. Everything was fine. It seemed like he was trying to do the right thing, and that's why I took the job, because I've always been a government employee. As time went by, I saw that his vision was a little bit different of what I thought it was. When it got to that point, I decided to resign. I resigned from my position, and the exact words that I told him was because our visions were different. The money hungry that I see from him, the not caring about the sport itself, I saw it, and I wasn't going to be part of it. So I resigned. I do have here, I don't know who I would give this to, a bunch of, even as of yesterday, I received from a coach that his wife had sent out a message about me coming here and this and that. I have a bunch of proof here that I could give you guys as to everything that's been going on at the park for the last month. It is true, he did ask the Pitbull girls to leave the park. He didn't want, I don't know what the reason was, but he had them leave. Then Pitbull's 12U, which was a 20-something kids as well. I have here actually the text message of Coach Eddie and his 3 other staff members trying to ask, hey, these are, like, take us back, we'll put everything aside. He did not want to. They left. They went to another city that they should play here. Just as of today, actually, a whole team asked for a refund today. They asked for a refund. Suppose it's going to be honored. A whole team, we're losing a whole other 10U team. And if it continues this way, it's going to end up that we're going to lose all our Homestead children, and we're just going to, JD Red's going to be empty, or it's going to be just a new crowd that's going to have to go through this again, and it's going to happen again. New parents here trying to say the same thing over and over again. I have spoken to Pedro. I've spoken to Mr. Fletcher. They're very aware of a lot of the things. I hope and I do know that you guys are looking into this, but I do ask you to please go the extra mile to see what exactly is happening, because it's not right that our kids, even including my daughter, she's out. After this season, she's gone. He harassed her for multiple weeks. I even called the cops because he would follow her to the fields because she didn't pay her registration yet, and would go from coach to coach saying, oh, Bella's there, she can't be there. She needs to, if she doesn't pay, she can't practice. He excluded me from being team mom for no reason. I have proof here that all the coaches were fine with me being team mom. It's fine, I let it go, because at the end of the day, it's about my daughter, and I'm not gonna fight about being team mom. But if it's not his way, you're blacklisted. And it happens over and over again. So I'm not sure
You can
who-
submit those to the clerk, and she'll duplicate them and
Perfect.
circulate them to us later.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor, if I may?
Can we draw? Yes, go ahead, Councilman Roth.
Thank you. We've heard a lot tonight in reference to what's been happening at JD Red Park. I had a very short career in baseball, and it was at Harris Field as an umpire back in the early 90s. And that may be why my knees are so bad now. But that aside, it seems to be a common occurrence over time that leadership within these leagues tends to falter some. And my question to staff is, who vets the leadership in each of the leagues that come to us that want to promote sports within our city? How do we control any parts of their leagues, if we do or we don't, when it comes to issues similar to what we're seeing tonight, right? So it's far outweighing that there's issues at JD Red versus people that are supporting what's going on there. So if this has been ongoing for years, as a comment came earlier tonight, we have to be able to look into these things, because this is a reflection of the city by way of the fact that we operate these parks ourselves. We have no control over the leadership of the leagues, and we need to, be able to assure the parents who put their children into programs that they're going to receive equal treatment. I heard a lot tonight about money and collections of money. No child in our city should be told to leave a field that may not be able to afford it that week. To me, that's just unacceptable for an adult to tell a child they can't play. So we may have to look into some of those things as well. I can't verify any of the stories that I've heard tonight. That's not for me to do, but I've heard your stories. And I've heard them over and over again tonight. And we have to do a job. We have to do a better job. And I'll go back to my question. How do we vet the leaders of each of these leagues when it comes to approving an academy in the city? Because I don't know how that happens. I don't know how we control leagues. I don't know anything about any of that part of it. But when we have an issue like this, we need to know how to address it as well.
Councilman, in this case, my understanding from talking to Pedro is that Mr. Garcia became president of the league when the previous president had stepped down and he took over the operations. Now, historically, what's happened, and it did happen in the past, when we start receiving a large number of complaints from parents regarding a league, we have gone out for solicitation in the past, and I believe that was Harrisfield. Yeah, and well over a decade ago. And I think part of the problem, and I'm just going by my own personal experience, because my father ran Tamiami Park for almost 30 years, so he knows the business. And I think part of the challenges here is it does become a money-making operation, right? And I think that's where I'm hearing the money part of this, that hey, a child's not paying. It's not that the city is saying the child needs to leave. The gentleman who's running this operation as a money-making operation, he needs to collect his monies. And I think that's where it's coming from. And I agree with you, Councilman. No child should be asked to leave a park because they can't pay. And I think what we really need to take a look at is the strategy we're using now for these leagues. Because when you bring in an independent party, because that's what we do, right? They bring in an independent party, whether it's soccer, whether it's baseball, whether it's softball, and they're running the operation because we're hands off and we don't want to spend money, right? It's a money-making operation for them. So maybe the idea here is to change the concept and say, you know what? The city of Homestead is going to run the league. We're going to hire a person who's going to be the president of the league. They're a city employee or a contract employee. And so that idea of that I have to have a traveling team so I could bounce around every city and make money, or I get these people and they're paying me for the traveling team, kind of goes away. And the best model I ever saw, and it was an old model, was the Corey League model. Every kid played, every kid got to bat, and so nobody felt left out. And so leagues over time have changed, pony league, competitive leagues, travel leagues, and I think that's put a lot of the wrong incentives in some of these leagues that we're talking about. And so this is something that I mean, me and Pedro need to have a very serious conversation and later bring ideas to you and council and maybe just change this whole model of how we're running these little leagues.
All right, so that those are all good and valid points. Are these leagues set up as not-for-profits, or are they corporations that operate as for-profit?
Non-for-profits, according to Pedro.
I'm sorry?
Non-for-profits.
So they're non-for-profit. I understand that they have expense and all those things, but are they set up with boards? Do they have voting members? I mean, how do they function as a governing body? Because it can't be one person in charge.
It depends on the leagues. I've seen boards on certain leagues and other leagues not, in my past experience.
Right. So I'm going to end now, but I just want to reinforce the urgency to get to the bottom of what is going on there. it saddens me to hear a couple of comments that, one, children were asked to leave a playing field because of money, one. Two, that children have to leave the city limits to go find recreational activities and sports to play in. So, again, I'll encourage you to expedite whatever investigations that are underway, and let's bring some closure to those who have brought concerns, to us tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Come on down, please. Try not to do a back and forth. Keep it to the time frame.
Thank you for having me. Part of me being here today is to listen to the complaints and to be able to work to fix the issues that they have stated. Again, a lot is hearsay, and I just want to state for the record, okay, that we have worked closely with parents that cannot afford to pay. We have sponsored many parents in the past that are not able to pay the league, and we have not kicked out anyone from the fields that's not been able to pay. I'm happy to sit down individually with those parents that came today and address the issues and talk about that and provide proof that in fact it's not the case. Myself personally, I do not coach. I haven't coached for many years. And that was when we first started. We had a shortage of coaches, and that one of the things that we had to do is to bring coaches to the park, and we successfully have done that, including coaches with professional expertise, former professional players that are teaching our kids to develop faster and better. Just wanted to say for the record that I'm not coaching. I'm not making any money. I don't, they were talking about money. I'm not making any money aside from any parent coaching, not even private lessons. I don't do that. Okay. On the contrary, we have provided jobs for coaches that are charging parents for the time. Those are the ones that are charging the money. Myself as a president, we don't have any team, no coaching, not making any money on the players, on the kids, and the families. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I think this will be, I'm going to close the public comment section of the agenda. And while we're going to close it out now. No, we'll do, I'm sorry. Yeah. I know we could stand here all night and go back and forth, but as our guests file out, if there are no objections, this may be a good point to take a 10-minute break. So we will recess and re-adjourn here at 9:25-ish. Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome back for indulging at least me. I think we are at tab 22. Tab 22. Moving right along.
Yes, Mayor. Tab 22 is a resolution of the City Council, City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the financing of a digger derrick truck in an amount not to exceed $328,048 pursuant to the master lease with Truist Equipment Finance Corp. and/or its affiliates or assigns, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Estrada.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to finance the purchase of a digger derrick truck for the electric utility through the Truist Equipment Finance Corp. and/or its affiliates or master lease. This truck was approved for purchase by Council on January 19th, 2022 via Resolution R 2022-0102. The delays in the production delivery of this equipment has provided us an opportunity to seek lease financing for the equipment, allowing us to spread the cost of the equipment over several years. To total approximate cost of the truck to be financed is $328,048. Interest rate on the 6-year term is 4.44%. The annual lease payment will be $63,482 over 6 years and will be financed through the Truist Equipment Finance Corp.
Thank you. Any initial questions or comments from council? Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter? So I'll close the public hearing. Approval has been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Tab 23.
Tab 23 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting approval of a settlement agreement between the city and South Florida Police Benevolent Association to treat grant-based overtime hours as pensionable earnings, authorizing the city manager to execute and implement the settlement agreement and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Estrada?
Thank you, Mayor. PBA unit members are mandatory participants in the city's police officers' retirement plan, which under Section 22.521 of the City Code provides that the average final compensation includes up to an additional 254 hours of overtime compensation earned by the employee during each of the highest 5 years of employment prior to retirement. As the city's pension contributions for any grant overtime hours worked by the unit members were not reimbursable via the applicable grants, the city maintained past practice in treating the grant baseline overtime differently. The PBA asserted that the grant-based overtime be treated as all other overtime hours and include the 254 total allowable pension overtime. The settlement agreement will resolve this issue. The city will incorporate the city's pension contribution as they relate to grant-based overtime into future grant applications, making this cost neutral to future grant-based overtime hours. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a settlement agreement between the City of Homestead and the Police Benevolent Association to treat grant-based overtime as pensionable, to be implemented retroactively to pay date January 3rd, 2020. PBA ratified the settlement agreement on February 9th, 2023.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Is there anyone wishing to speak on the matter? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. So it's retroactive to 2020? And I don't recall, is it in here that, what's our liability though from the retroactive date through now?
It's hard to, or almost impossible to calculate at this point because it would only impact us if one of those officers were to retire, right? So in terms of the impact, it's hard to determine what that would be, but moving forward, once again, using grant funds, we would allocate it in such so we would guarantee that there is no impact moving forward.
Okay, so years from now, if a couple of those officers retired, we could get hit hard from something that happened from 2020 through today? No?
No, they would have to retire in the next 5 years or something like that. So it would fit in, or the next 2 years, so it would fit in through in that 3-year time period.
Okay.
It's not a major impact. Most of the officers' overtime is over 254 anyways, just doing regular duty.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers? Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carried.
Thank you. Tab 24.
Tab 24 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of 4 Harley-Davidson motorcycles with emergency equipment for the City of Homestead Police Department from TMCAA, Inc., doing business as Alligator Alley Harley-Davidson, pursuant to City Code Section 2-411B and Section 2-411.1B, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The Homestead Police Department Motor Unit currently consists of 4 officers and would like to expand to have a total of 8 motor officers. This would enhance the department's ability to enforce traffic laws and provide support to uniform patrol unit details that may concurrently run at the same time. This would also enhance the unit's ability to respond to traffic crashes quickly because its maneuverability will allow it to get through traffic congestion created by the collision. The department's current motorcycle lease is expiring and the buyout price is $13,850 per vehicle and has been offered. The department would like to purchase the 4 motor vehicles from Alligator Alley Harley-Davidson in order to facilitate the motor unit expansion. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase 4 2020 Harley-Davidsons from TMCAA Inc., DBA Alligator Alley Harley-Davidson for the Homestead Police Department Traffic Unit in the amount of $55,400.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Any public comment? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. So we authorized the lease of 4 new ones several months ago, correct?
Correct. It's the new lease, correct.
So we've always had 8?
No, this is the first time we're going to have 8 motorcycles.
So the 4 we authorized several months ago would have replaced these?
You are correct.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have officers to put on those seats. All right, we've had conversation about open positions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We currently have 8 certified motorcycle officers, but we only have 4 motorcycles. So we do have officers ready to ride those motorcycles.
Very good, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve?
I wanted to ask Captain Rodriguez, we ever used horses in Homestead?
We did.
I mean, I think they're pretty cool. You go to Miami Beach, they've got horses there. Would that be something the police department is interested in? I mean, we are an agricultural town.
I bet they're not. I bet they're not.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Just say yes.
Here comes the cavalry to bail you out
I know who's
now.
behind it.
No, I was just thinking that Miami Beach has horses, and they're probably more dense than us. And I was wondering why, why would Miami Beach have horse patrol? Is it because they're on the beach, or?
Because they have a $100 billion tax base.
It's actually used because they are on the beach and they're able to go through the crowds a lot quicker. And it's actually a good community partnership engagement between the police officers and the community that's actually visiting the beach.
So City Homestead wouldn't be conducive to having horses?
I don't think so at the moment.
Thank you.
When our downtown is thriving, yes. Would be the first.
The umbrellas. See the
Yeah.
umbrellas in the-
Keep the horses in the shade under the glass umbrellas.
Well, I encourage our city manager to look further into that if possible, even if it's for special occasions and creating a partnership with our equestrian community and seeing how maybe we can have some horse-mounted police officers in our roster would be fantastic.
We'll definitely go ahead and look into the cost. At one point, we did have a mounted police here at Homestead, but I want to say it was like 20, 25 years ago. And I'll never forget, he gave me a ticket. So I'll never forget him.
For what?
For
Going too
parking
slow?
for parking at the old city hall. He gave me a ticket. I'll explain to you guys later.
Okay. All right, moved by Vice Mayor Guzman, moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman. A roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 25.
Yes, tab 25, car number 3814. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the settlement of all claims, including the workers' compensation claims, Miguel de Aguado, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution approving the settlement of claims, including workers' compensation claims made by Geldy Aguado for the global amount of $13,000.
Questions, comments from council? Any public comment? Do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Councilman Avila, seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, tab 26.
Tab 26, car number 3815. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, enacting revised comprehensive council meeting and agenda procedures, superseding resolutions on the same subject, providing for conflict severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. At the January 25th, 2022 council meeting, the mayor and city council discussed revising council meeting and agenda procedures and directed the city attorney to revise the order of business to place the public comment section at the beginning of the council meeting. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached resolution enacting the revised comprehensive council meeting and agenda procedures.
Thank you. I guess tonight was not really a good example of, but if we said we do have the discretion of moving it around if necessary, but hey, tonight would have been a good night to get folks and young children up and out of here and respect their family time and school nights. So we have a motion to approve?
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving into the home stretch, speaking of police horses, tab 27. Is that you, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. On August 19th, 2020, the City Council approved a site plan R2020-0857 and tentative replat R2020-0558 for the development of the Copart Vehicle Storage Facility within the Homestead Park of Commerce. On November 30th, 2020, the applicant recorded a declaration of restrictions with Miami-Dade County in connection with the respective tentative plat and site plan, which included item number 8, lake improvements. On April 26, 2022, the applicant transmitted a park site offer letter pursuant to item number 8, lake improvements, offering to convey the park site to the city. The offer states that the city shall have 1 year to notify the applicant in writing if its decision is to either 1, acquire the park site, or 2, decline the proposed conveyance of the park site.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I had asked for this to be put on the agenda. I knew that the deadline was coming forward. We have in our package a guesstimate from a couple of years ago as to what our annual exposure would be for upkeep if we did accept the delivery of that site. So I think what we're after tonight is a direction to the manager to issue that letter, either accepting or declining the donation of property. It appears, based on staff numbers, that the annual cost would be in excess of $100,000 to the city, offset only by $15,000 a year from Copart. So I'd love to open this up for discussion. Vice Mayor Guzman.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the fact that we are establishing a world-class sports complex right next door, and based on the numbers of the maintenance that we're going to have if we were to acquire this, I don't think it makes economic sense to take on that responsibility, because we're going to have responsibilities with the maintenance of the sports complex to begin with. So for that reason, I'm not in support of acquiring that land.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. I agree. Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask the applicant?
We have Copart's counsel.
Copart's counsel, not an applicant anymore. Do you know what Copart would be doing with the land if we do not take it over?
Good evening. Copart would comply with the terms of the declaration of restrictions that's in place already on the property, which requires them to maintain it as common open space in perpetuity. So what the, let's see. In the event that the city determines that the park site is unacceptable, the park site will not be conveyed and shall be maintained as common area in accordance with the plat of the Homestead Park of Commerce. So what that essentially means is the existing Turnpike Logistics Association, which is actually wholly controlled by Copart at this point, would pay for the maintenance and protection and insurance for the lake.
And it would be open to the public.
I don't know. It's common open space, so it would be open to the members of the
Of the
Homestead
park?
Park of Commerce, so it probably will be open.
Just
and
curious.
unenforced, Yeah.
And can I ask when we can expect to see that beautiful new entrance sign?
I know.
I thought it was going to be at the end of this last year, and we are getting to the middle of this year.
We have been in communication with the manager and the Public Works Department. We have to get a Public Works right-of-way permit. The paperwork has been started, and the funding is there on the Copart side. It's just a matter of permitting it. The sign is technically in city right-of-way, so we have to. The city has to permit the work on the right-of-way. But
Thank you.
It's happening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I swear I did not put her up to that question. Not me.
Every time I drive by,
Yeah.
that was the one thing I was looking forward to.
As recently as I think 2 weeks ago, we were in communication with Julio Brea's team.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you. So about 6 months ago, they took upon themselves an effort to clean up the site, and they cleared a whole lot of things out of the way, and now it's all grown back again.
I will let them know.
Thank you.
Council, we have a motion on this item. A move to decline?
Motion to decline.
Motion to decline by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Roth. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk. A yes vote is to decline the offer of conveyance.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Good, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, staff, for putting those numbers together. All right, we've already done the public comments section of the agenda. Do you have anything further, Mr. Manager?
Not for me, Mayor, no.
Mr. Attorney, do we have a new date or new request for a exec session? Okay. All right, Councilwoman Bailey, you're first up.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going through my list for this portion of it, and February has been quite busy. It's felt like a very long month, and it's the shortest month of the year. So I want to start by thanking PD and staff for helping put together the town hall. Thank you to my colleagues that came out. As in most of these events, we put a lot of time and effort into it, and we don't get the turnout from the community that, of course, we would love. So I'm in communications with staff to see if we can put together. PD was already working on a video to be able to share with the community regarding some of their new initiatives. So I thought it would be a really interesting way for us to be able to get that message out to our community. I'm going to start with the Southwest Advisory Committee and just visit different churches on Sundays and ask the pastor if he would show that short video, and then we would be able to speak about more current and pressing issues. It doesn't have to be a full drawn-out town hall where all the staff is there, but just something a little more comprehensive that we can share when the opportunity arises. So whether you are at a community center or whatever type of event you all are coordinating, it might be a good way to share some valuable information. So Friday night, we need to get a very good night's sleep because Saturday is going to be packed with events. This Saturday, the 25th at 10 a.m., we are finally renaming the street for longtime teacher of West Homestead, Mr. Everett Sewer. It was a very lengthy process, but we're very excited. We're going to be gathering right by the basketball courts at Blakey Park. So I hope you will be able to attend this Saturday, 10 a.m. Then at 3 p.m., Kicks Youth for Christ is celebrating their 30-year anniversary here in West Homestead. So even more reason to give them a beautiful mural. They're not going anywhere. And then lastly, 5 o'clock at Losner Park, we will continue our Black History celebration with what I'm sure will be another great event by city staff. So I hope to see you all out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, one quick item for city staff. I know we had this discussion a couple of months back in regards to the lighting on Southwest 344th Street. We had made some calls to FPL to try and get them to fix the street lights, and they're basically down from the outlet mall in Florida City all the way to at least 162nd Avenue. There was some email traffic back and forth between Keysgate management and the county. The county says, no, it's the state. The state says, no, it's FPL. Is there any way we might be able to get a map of who's responsible for what when it comes to streetlights on our main thoroughfares to ensure that we're able to reach out to the right parties and get these taken care of? But I know these lights have been out for at least 6 months now.
I'm sure a map exists. If not, we could definitely create one and provide it to council. So in the future, when you get questions, you have the immediate answer. Excellent idea.
Yeah, and if we could make some telephone calls to help try and push it along
We'll
again,
reach out
I'd
to them
appreciate
again.
it. Thank
We'll
you.
reach out to them again.
That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fletcher. Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggs.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question through the city manager, perhaps to Carlos, maybe? And I didn't think about this earlier when I was referencing the CDBG projects. Now that we are approving the funds to be reallocated for existing projects, do we have a timeline for the completion of the projects for the PAL and Roby George Park?
So the resurfacing for both parks are currently under the cone of silence. They're out to bid.
But what about like the net?
We're preparing the bid summary with the scope for the netting. So that's still a little bit, I know procurement, they have a backlog, but as soon as they can get that out on the street, they will.
Okay, keep us updated with that. I know it's been a long time coming for the net and the restriping because that park is heavily used and it's very important that we bring it up to par.
Yes.
So thank you for that. That was my only two questions for CDBG. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Bailey for that Artist in the Spotlight at the Seminole Theater. Incredible. I really, really enjoyed that. And Vice Mayor Guzman for the Black History Month mixer at the Seminole Theater. I believe this has been like a banner year for the celebration of Black History Month. We've had a robust lineup of activities to celebrate Black excellence in this community. And we have more, as you just referenced, on Saturday. But on tomorrow, Somerset Preparatory Academy, they're having a Black Excellence Festival from 4 to 8 on tomorrow. And I will be in attendance to that. Well, for that, and I'm sure Councilman Roth will talk about the renaming of the police station to kind of cap off or culminate Black History Month. So thank you so much for everyone's support and involvement with celebrating the contributions, the milestones of the African American community. With a grateful heart, I thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I never realized how important it was for the residents of the city of Homestead, Jerry, to have calendars for solid waste pickup. I've gotten more calls in the last couple of weeks about calendars. When do I put my trash out? Where are the calendars? So, and I think last year they didn't come magnetic. You had to tape it to your refrigerator. So, can we splurge on the magnetic portion of that? If you and just give me an update on when those calendars are coming out.
So the calendar should come out next week. in the beginning of March. Part of the issue we had to hold out was we were still waiting for those new solid waste vehicles that came in early January. Once we received the new vehicles, there was a little tweaking on the routes, so we had to change them a little bit as well. So we're happy to report for March, I want to say the second week of March, the new routes will be going into place, okay? Regarding the magnets, historically, we haven't done the magnets because of recycling. It's stuff that you can't recycle, so we're just trying to be green. But we'll see what we can do about the magnets, if we can get magnets to the residents.
Okay. And then, yes, I'd like to invite everyone, I think, was it February the 28th, 4:30, is it when it starts, the celebration of renaming the police station?
I believe so, yes.
I haven't been kept in the loop on what we're doing in entertainment, so if you'd get me some information on that, if we're having rock stars come down and sing praise or whatever, bands or whatever, or we're having food, or we're just going to go out there and do this, so we haven't had any updates on what that's going on.
There'll be some tapas or something that people can eat, but it's mostly going to be council. It is on a Tuesday. The reason it is on a Tuesday is we wanted the maximum amount of time to be able to get the plaques, because that has been difficult. And so we were able to get temporary plaques that look very, very nice. And so it's going to be mostly council speaking. I believe some of the family members of the chief will be there as well. And any other dignitary that may show up, commissioners or mayor or anything like, the mayor of the county or anything like that.
Sure, so maybe we should reach out to them, let them know what's going on that day, February 28th, and also maybe a social media campaign to invite the public as well out to that. And then I have two events. One was already mentioned. The Women's Club is hosting their annual Woman of the Year coming up on, I believe it's March the 10th at the Women's Club. Is it the 11th? All right, so March the 11th. Who said the 10th? That's okay. It's a brunch, nice function. There's various civic organizations that are nominating their Women of the Year. I think there may be some information still available, so if they want to contact me, I can steer them in the right direction of who to talk to. And not to steer anything from the mayor or the vice mayor, in case they forget to mention it. They have a seafood festival coming up too in March. I think it's the 3rd and the 4th. 4th and 5th. Well, I'm a day off. I'm a day early. I'm excited. So 4th and 5th. So if you haven't seen the incredible marketing that the Rotary Club has done with signage all across, not only the city, but outside the city, we should have a great crowd there as well. So I wish everybody a great February, and thank you for the time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Avila?
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo the compliments to colleagues for their events recently. I was able to show up to the Artist in the Spotlight. It was fantastic. I look forward to the next one. Sorry I missed your mixer, but I was with my kids that night, and I look forward to the ones coming up. And I also want to give you kudos, Vice Mayor, for the homebuyer education classes that you're hosting, because education in how to become a proud homeowner in the city of Homestead is a priority, and I want to thank you for taking the lead on that. Wishing the Rotary Club a fantastic seafood festival. Congratulations to all the women who were nominated as Women of the Year. And I want to thank the manager for bringing up the possibility of exploring taking control of our leagues. That was something that I had recommended quite a while ago, and I know that that's a complete opposite of where we're at right now, but if there's a way to get it done and it's going to improve our programming and the quality of our parks, it's a win-win. So I have a question with regards to any updates on the light pole, the bases of the light poles around District 5, as well as the school traffic issue that's happening at Waterstone Elementary, and if you can give me an update as well on the Malibu Bay fire hydrant and the manhole that was broken due to the traffic light that was put in recently. So.
Regarding the lights, we've tried a couple of experiments recovering the metal, and it seems to it's going to last longer. So right now I'm working with the electric utility to get a quote to go ahead and replace all those street lights. The issue with Waterstone, I don't know if the captain wants to speak to it.
So the issue with Waterstone Charter School is the same issue that's been there regarding traffic. We did a slight change to the traffic pattern about a week and a half ago. The reason for that was the pattern we had previously was creating a backup by the roundabout. There's 2 or 3 communities there which can't enter or exit. The biggest concern there is, what if we have to get fire rescue or police in there? So we shut down the turn lane to go into Waterstone, coming down Waterstone Way southbound. The 2 ways in are off Campbell Drive, whether you're coming westbound on Campbell to Waterstone Way, or if you're coming eastbound on Campbell to go south or north into Waterstone. It's inconvenienced some residents. We understand that, and we're trying our best. But our biggest concern was making sure that police and fire have access to those communities. Right now, the way it's set up, like I said, it did create a little bit of an inconvenience, but egress southbound out of the community is open, and egress in the community is open. So we feel comfortable with the pattern that we've created.
Okay, and aside from that pattern, that traffic pattern, is there anything else that you can see that we can do as a council to help fix that problem?
The biggest issue is, and the school's done a really good job in notifying the parents, there's 3 dismissals. So this morning I went there at 7:30 and I watched the drop-off. There was no traffic. Drop-off is not the issue. So there's 3 dismissals. You have a 2:30, 3 o'clock, and 3:30. What's happening is you're getting 2:30 parents that come there to pick up their kid, but you also have the 3:30 parents that are sitting in line and they don't want to move because they want to be first to pick up their child. So we have to kind of ease them on to ensure that we're doing the 2:30 pickup. They have placards. So on the council's end, I don't know what more we can do. Like I said, we've worked in partnership with the school. I'll be at the meeting tomorrow for the HOA to explain it. I don't know what else more we can do.
Okay, so for the CDD meeting, you'll be there
I will
as
be there
well?
at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, because I know that they've reached out to Luisa Santos, the school board rep, and I believe our council received an email with some more, requests for help. So just keep us informed as to what we can do, if anything, to help alleviate that problem. Thank you.
Can I ask a question during that? I'm sorry. Yes. Yanko, let me ask you a question. The east side of their school is open land, is that right? Has it ever been thought about or talked about or discussed with the school to put a stacking area on the east side of the property, which would take them off of Campbell and be on the east side of the property, and they can exit out and come out to Campbell in a roundabout way, not through the roundabout, but another way through that area. I don't have it in my mind right now, but I've looked at that, and obviously there's some setbacks and some easements that may be there that we might have some authority over, and there may be a cost involved too, but this has been a headache for many, 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 many years. And, if there's some kind of cooperation we can come up with, look at the aerial, see if there's some space on the east side of that property to create a stacking lane. I think that would help a lot. But I know that there hasn't been a lot of cooperation from the school to do that, but maybe we can help them in a way. And maybe there may be some grant money out there to do something like that too, because it is a big, big issue on that side.
Yeah, in
Just a
fact,
thought.
no, it's true, and in fact, that was one of the recommendations made by the CDD, but they ran into some issues. I've never heard what the real reason why it couldn't be done or where it got hung up. But if you can start looking into that, please, Jerry. Just since it is kind of escalating, it's becoming a priority for District 5. Thank you. And then the Malibu Bay.
Yeah, you mentioned something about a fire hydrant. I wasn't familiar with it.
Yeah, there was a fire hydrant that was knocked over for a couple days, then I reported it, and then they came out and put the yellow tape, caution tape, took out the fire hydrant.
Okay, we'll definitely follow up.
But then when they put in the traffic light, there was a broken giant piece of concrete.
Oh yeah, that one we're reaching out to get that fixed. I know Public Works has reached out to get that fixed, so we'll keep following up.
Thank you. Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After the great event that we had at the Seminole Theater, my apologies for not getting that invite out to everyone. I thought it had gone out, but obviously it didn't. but I wanted to ask what our procedure is with the Seminole Theater balcony. Do we have any jurisdiction over having specific days for that balcony? Because I don't know how many times the Seminole Theater actually uses it, but if we want to use it, we have to go through them to use the theater. Do we have any access to the balcony and that room back there, you know, a certain number of times per year?
I know with the existing agreement, the city has the right to use the theater for events, and I want to say we have, if I told you a number, I'd be lying to you, but it's at least 7 events. It might be as many as 12, okay, a year. But just renting that little patio area and the other area which Councilman Faircloth had mentioned, I don't know if we could separate that from the rental, but I know a new agreement is going to be coming forward for them because this is their last year of the agreement with us, and we definitely can include something of that nature to see if we could get some days allocated. I know it's a prime spot, especially now that Losner Park is finished, and I'm sure this time of year in the evening, you got cool weather, it's nice to have a little gathering up there. So we'll definitely go ahead and look at that. But in the interim, we'll reach out to Catherine as well and see if we can arrange something. I mean, do you have a number of days?
Once a month.
Once a month, you want to see if you could be using the space?
That way, council, if they have anything in mind, any events that they want to do that, you know, people could kind of reserve it and have community events there.
We could definitely
Is everybody
ask.
okay with that? You guys, once a month, you think it's too much, too little? Sure.
Well, I mean, let's ask for once a month. Let them tell us no, right? So we could definitely ask.
Just a quick piggyback on that. I know we've talked at one point about sprucing up our second floor. We've yet to do anything with that, so that's another great space to use.
Absolutely, we'll look into it.
Thank you. Also, I've gotten extremely great reviews over adding the Spanish inside Homestead. I noticed it came out on Facebook and it had a big splash, and I saw a lot of views, so I know it was a success. I did want to talk about not only adding Creole, not just the subtitles, but actually adding a Creole person so that the Creole community doesn't feel left out, because they always tell me, you know, they always feel like the last ones to get any representation in the city. So I think this would be a good way of letting them know that we're thinking about them, and we want to make sure they're getting the same information, just like we're doing with Spanish. So you think we can start having that conversation about adding a Creole person?
Absolutely. We could definitely inquire with Josh and see what that would take. And regarding the new Spanish versions that have been coming out, my understanding, talking to him, it was a resounding success. Yeah. I think we had 20,000+ views for the Spanish, and at the same time, I believe there was 10,000 for the English. So at least I had a very good kickoff.
Great, great. The next item I had was, I know that the last council meeting we had discussed following up on the sidewalks over in the northwest section, that there was work being done already, and we were going to maybe try to close up some of the blocks that have small pieces of sidewalks missing. And Mr. Brea was going to look into it, so I was wanting an update on that.
And my understanding, we've already told the contractor to go ahead and close off those portions of the sidewalk. It just depends where they are in the process, but they're supposed to close the circles on the sidewalk. They've already been directed to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
So is there a priority list? Which blocks are going to start first, and how long before they get started on it, so we get some specifics? So they've already started on some of them.
So yeah, we have a annual contract with a sidewalk contractor, and we basically year-round we identify areas that need sidewalks or need repairs, et cetera, and they go out and do them. What we've done with this particular area, we've added that to the list of work that we have for them. So they're working year-round. Basically, we have a very nice budget to do that type of work for them. So, yeah.
Okay, so if we just got added to the queue, not we, but if the northwest section just got added to the queue, we would be on the tail end of that, not on the front end of that.
We try not to plan ahead too far, so really by adding a project on there, they can even have more crews to do the work, because it's not, it's not restricted to just one crew that they're just using. It's based on how many linear feet of sidewalk we want them to do. So if we need them to do a faster pace, we just tell them to add another crew. They get paid the same amount, per linear foot. It's just that they have more crews out there working. So I'll get you a schedule when it's going to happen.
And something to keep in mind, Vice Mayor, they always address safety issues first. So if it's a cracked sidewalk or something, they go there first, then they continue with the regular work that they're doing.
Okay. So Mr. Brea will give us a list of where we are on that.
Yes, sir. We'll get you that list.
All right.
We'll get all of council that list.
Where are we with the recycling program, or are the recycling cans, are they just sitting in people's yards, not being utilized? Because I don't even put my recycling out anymore. Right.
Right now, we're waiting to see what the county is doing. My understanding, the county's actually sent out emails, if I'm not mistaken, to municipalities to see what they are going to be doing about recycling. This is a challenge not only in Miami-Dade County, it's nationwide. The demand for recycling materials has dropped off dramatically. We used to ship most of those to China, and so everybody's having this challenge now. And most of the recycling material, unfortunately, is getting contaminated and is ending up in the dump anyways. So we're kind of waiting for the county's contract to end, which I believe it ends this year, to see what action they take, and maybe we follow suit depending on what plan they come up with.
So as of right now, the city is picking up recycling?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Now, how much of it is contaminated and how much of it is recycled, that's the big question.
Okay, with that, I'm done. Thank you, staff. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And to piggyback on your comments about, excuse me, the Seminole Theater, I'll just be really blunt. For the subsidy that facility gets from the people of the city of Homestead every year, we ought to get no less than 6 days, city days a year, sort of patterned after whatever our deal is at the Speedway. We need to be very careful about how that is used, but absolutely, if it's time to renew the contract, let's do that.
No, absolutely, and at least 7 days a year, right? So at least if you at least get 1 day.
Okay, all right. Oh, 14, well, at least 12, once a month. We may have some excess. Of course, really, the balcony's only usable 4 months out of the year anyway. Who wants to be there the other 8 months, right? Yeah, so all 12 days are going to be in March. But and I had a conversation a few months ago with Mr. Pearl about this, and it kind of fell by the wayside. So I wanted to, because when we spoke of the Homestead Sports Complex, we touched on this issue last week, and we touched on this issue tonight in terms of art. And I'm wondering if council would agree to have the attorneys bring back something for our consideration in terms of sponsorships, of, not necessarily naming rights, but sponsorships of any number of portions of any of our parks. I mean, where I first thought of it was the stage at Losner Park, because when I went to staff with an idea of an event, their answer was, well, you go find the money and we'll be happy to put it on. So, I began to think, okay, what do we have to sell? How can we monetize our facilities? So I'd really like your input on just beginning to talk about, because at some point we're going to morph into the terms of accepting philanthropy for big ticket items at the sports complex, as well as perhaps, I envision the day that several times a year during the nice time of year, we have events at Losner Park, we have events on this as plazas as the arts events we talked about. And I think we probably need to have some guidelines and some thoughts in place to begin to set the parameters for soliciting or accepting those sponsorship offers. Just a thought, you know, we began to kick it around and talk about how that may be rather than wait until the last minute.
No, if it's the council's will, happy to do it. It's, you know, it's been done elsewhere. So if it's something that you're interested in, we can bring you a couple of examples, throw out some ideas, and get some direction on what you're comfortable moving forward with. So.
Yeah, and that was just my question. Do we want some examples of what other communities do, just to have an idea if it's something we want to do? Like, you know, I'd like to some consensus to have the attorneys go forward and bring that to us.
Absolutely, not a problem.
All right, very good. Thank you. Do you want to do billboard? Billboard. The next one. Yeah. Did you ask about putting billboards on the agenda next month?
Sorry, it's late and I'm tired. There was one more item. We're going to make sure that the billboards are on the agenda for next month.
Yes, I've already spoken to Michelle and Joe, and it's going to be advertised.
Okay.
And I'm sorry for the confusion, because I know when we had the workshop, our understanding was we were going to generate those maps, and then that, you know, after we had that discussion, we were going to have the meeting. But I know it subsequently changed. But we'll definitely be in the March meeting.
And I think several of us had inquiries, and I think the advice I got was that we need to affirmatively direct you to bring that back on the agenda. So that's handled.
Right, and my whole goal, just to clarify for any confusion, my goal was to make sure that once we pass the Turnpike corridor, that the conversation doesn't stop there, and that we have enough direction for staff, and that we have done at least enough due diligence to understand the domino effect that this is going to cause, so that when we're making the decision, we're going to continue that conversation and be comfortable in that direction. I don't need a full master plan of the city layout to identify where all the billboards are going to go before rolling out the corridor, but I definitely wanted to have those conversations and get those started. So I appreciate staff working on identifying those major crossroads around the city, and you know, it's okay that it's not on the agenda for today. It's a long enough meeting as it was, so good that it wasn't.
Without the D.R. Horton presentations.
Exactly. So it worked out for the best, and everyone can continue to be very patient in that process, and I'm very comfortable with the way things are going. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. You know, we all hear things, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the opportunity to do that. Councilman Fletcher?
Yeah, one quick question. I know we had the workshop at one time for kind of re-delineating the downtown corridor, but we haven't gone anywhere since that workshop. Are we going to bring that back to us at some point in the future?
I would like to, and I don't know, maybe that kind of crosses universes with the visioning contract we authorized. That may be one of our first, yeah, if it's the will of the council, one of our first items of focus. It's my thought. All right, I have nothing further. Do we have a motion, Councilman Ross?
Just one question of curiosity, since it's early in the evening. And this may be a question Barbara can answer, it's just kind of a curiosity thing. With the fire that happened at the waste to power plant in Miami-Dade County, I think we were getting power from that in some way. Is that going to affect anything that we do in the city? I know the lights are going to be turned off, but is that going to change anything?
Good evening, Councilman. Actually, our contract provides for them to find another way to get us power, unless they claim a force majeure, which they have not done. So they are still providing us with the contracted amount of power at the price that was set. Even though, yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that we have that provision in our contract.
Great answer. Leave it there.
So.
Thank you. Hey. Okay.
As long as we're prepared, because I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, don't we get power from them? And that was a huge fire. I mean, it may be still smoldering out there. I don't know, but
building's going to
They're-
collapse. I think.
They're going through quite a lot, but they are continuing to provide us power. They're one of our lowest cost resources, and they provide us a significant amount of power. So we're doing okay, even though they have suffered quite a loss.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Yeah, sorry, I just have one more announcement. April is around the corner, and I wanted to let you all know that the Kiwanis Club of Homestead South Dade has secured their guest speaker for the 48th annual Good Friday Prayer Breakfast, which will be April 7th on Good Friday at Harrisfield Pavilion. And the guest speaker is going to be Javi Perez, the ex South Dade High
principal.
School principal. Yes, so he has confirmed. We're very excited. We tried to get him to be a guest speaker a couple years ago, and there was a lot of excitement around that. But it's a very inspirational story, and we'll be having him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaking of fire, I heard about this out in the streets. Which old library building had a fire in it? I understand that the old library had a fire in it on Friday or Saturday evening.
Oh, yeah. My understanding, there was a break-in or something, and there was a fire, but it was contained. So the building's still fine.
The US 1 site?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, because when I asked, they indicated it was a former CRA building, and I
Oh,
was
no,
really
no, no,
concerned
no.
about that. Not that
That building,
library.
we're fixing up, it's getting a new roof, new
Yeah,
floors.
they should've
We're
let
doing
that
a lot
one
of work
go.
on it.
Thank you. Nothing further. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Good night, everybody. Thank you.